Yep. Rumble side booted up. Already dropping frames. God damn it. For a couple weeks there, we were not having a big problem, and now it's back. Oh, yeah. We're 57%. Just, just standing here doing nothing, and it's dropping frames like crazy. And again, there should be a link on the YouTube side in the description for the Rumble side, which doesn't seem to have the same problem, which is weird. You'd think that, if I'm dropping frames on YouTube, that Rumble would have the same problem, but not really. It's definitely a YouTube problem. I mean, I can influence it a little bit by my machine, but yeah, it's weird. Anyway, I'm kind of choosing to ignore it. Uh, no, treated wood planks. It stands out, but it's not as standoffish as. I was always confused about which block it was. Um. Okay. So today, well, first I did fix the dimension builder config. So we're on 1.8 of the pack. I went through and updated like 20 mods, and of course, booting it up today, there's 3 more mods that are updated. Oh, mod authors. It's not so bad when it's like a mod pack and you're just playing it locally, but if you have a server, updating mods is a royal pain in the ass. So yeah, I'm like, okay, that's annoying. But yeah, I edited the dimension builder, the config for it, because the config is bugged, or something about it is bugged, and because in the config, the config value is labeled. The label of it is the max RF that you can feed it per side, which I had set at 100,000. But the game, the mod itself, took that and just made that the max RF of the machine, which is wrong. It's not how it was labeled. So this only went up to 100,000, and it was only ever able to get 100,000 power per tick, which was not enough for this dimension tab. Not even close. So I just 10x'd it. It's 1,000,000 now. So it goes up to 1,000,000, and that fixed it. So now it holds 1,000,000, and it can get 1,000,000. So I don't know. That was weird. The thing defaults if you have if you just download the mod and you run it, without any mod pack or any overriding of configs, it defaults to like 50K. Like it's nothing compared to some of the higher level dimensions you can build. So yeah, very bizarre. But it's fixed now. I've already gone in. I had to regenerate this one. You can see this is now Hexadim 2. In my testing of the change in my test world, I made basically an exact copy of the old Hexadim dimlet because its terrain type was set to flat, right? And so I was like, I wonder if that's actually what that looks like. And so in my test world terrain, I built one that was terrain flat, and while the terrain was flat, it went all the way up to like really high up in the sky, and then it was flat. And there was very little fluid on it. There was no big ocean of fluid, so it was completely wrong with what I intended it for. So I came back when I updated the pack and got everything updated. I just took the dimension tab and put it in here and hit extract, and that it basically pulled the dimlets out of it, and I just swapped the flat with a normal terrain and recoded it to Hexadim 2, and it works great. It's exactly the same as the other one, just full of uranium hexafluoride. And so with that, I've also completely redone this area over here. So all of these machines, all of the tanks, all of the things, I took all of that out. Yeah, now we're over here. So we're pulling uranium hexafluoride, and then we're decondensating it, basically evaporating it into a gas, and then that is going over here to these with which like it goes crazy. They are gonna, these things are gonna flip on again. I think they trigger at 50. And then I had to, I bumped this up, so we're at 180. Max is 200, but at 200, I found out the hard way. At max rate of 200, it actually starts causing damage, and rather fast as well. Right? The damage ticker starts going up when it's at 200. And so I dropped it to 180. I scrammed it, let it repair itself, and then I started it again, and it's been stable since. And I've shifted these around a little bit. I pulled these forward one. Yes, and if you break them with a partial amount of material, they will spill that radiation into the chunk. I learned that the hard way as well, and there's no other way of getting that stuff out at all. So you're gonna have to really plan ahead, and just heard a train. Oh yeah, there's a train. Ooh. We're no longer in the steam age, I see. Looks like we've graduated to the diesel age. Cool. And he's not overriding my build anymore, which is nice. I started putting in the pavement. Boy, that takes a lot of blocks. Really deceptive. So yeah, this thing, at 180, right? For right now, I only have the solar neutron activator really the one that's running, right? And so that's only during the day. And this one basically only turns on, and this is set to excess waste, which, yeah, what it really needs to be is, instead of excess waste, it needs to be like another threshold thing, because it would be nice to be able to turn this thing on. If waste hits a certain threshold, turn it on, and then don't turn it off until it's below a certain threshold. Otherwise, it does the flickering thing, which is just wrong and bad. I hate it. I hate everything about that. But I found out, because I'm only going for the solar neutron activator. Let's see how much antimatter this made. It made 20 antimatter overnight. So just overnight, this thing made 20 antimatter, which is not bad. What was happening, I had one legit nuclear incident where this thing completely filled up with waste. And once it fills up with waste, it starts spilling it into the chunks, and that's bad. So yeah, believe it or not, this thing pumps out a large amount of waste. And so yeah, now there's there's 3 barrels, which they themselves will decay the waste a little bit. So this here does waste a little bit, but it adds 1,500. Yeah, 1,500 buckets. And then the pipes down here hold a lot. This is like 3,000 buckets down here. And then I tested it through an entire evening, an entire night without sleeping, and it didn't go back. Why is there a cockroach in here? Get out of here. What the hell? What's the spawn condition of cockroaches? Bad guy. You know, Alex's mob. Potion of drug form pheromones. What? What? I had no idea that was even in here. That's crazy. Anyway. I don't really want all the things. Yeah, anyway, the thing ran all night. And yeah, this will, there's still a failsafe here. This will trigger if it's full, but unfortunately it only triggers the redstone output here when the waste tank is completely full. And that's not very helpful. It's helpful to trigger the shutdown, right? It's helpful to trigger it, but it'll turn right back on again when it shuts off. So it'll flicker it, and that's not, you don't want to be flickering your nuclear reactor on and off. That's probably not an ideal situation. We should go look in the dimension and see. Woo. I love it. One day, or one evening, a few days ago, I was just tooling around, just getting prepped for a stream, and he's like, Did you see what I added to your basement?" I was like, "What did you add to?" Like, I was literally in the basement, and I was like, "Well, it doesn't look any different." And he walks up, and he's just like, "Oh, you just do this." And I'm like, how in God's name was I supposed to know that was there? Like, what do you mean? What did I see in your, like, what a weird question. Hey, did you see that camouflage door I added to your, like, how am I supposed to know that was there? But it was just so funny the way he phrased it. Is my Discord, am I not hearing anybody on Discord? Or are you just guys not talking? As far as I know,
nobody's been talking.
Jesus, I was like, now I saw that not only Renegade, but you were in there now, and I haven't heard anything. I was a little worried.
Does Renegade have an issue?
Yeah, apparently he does, because I can't hear him.
He must.
Has many issues.
Still nothing.
Now. There we go. I was going to say, and what we should do is, even when we start hearing him, be like, "No, I see her lighting up," but the next 40 minutes, he'd be like, "What is going on?" We'd just be laughing. Yeah, I've been mean.
I've done that to somebody. I can't remember who it was, but they were like, "Can you hear me now?" I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, damn. Wait a minute."
Yeah, you can't answer them in a timely fashion when you're trying to fake them out. That's for sure. And good to see the fusion reactor still humming along. I had to boot this damn thing back up again last night. Because we had not only oil, but we had lava. We had effing lava in the pipes. I was like, God damn it! Like, so now I've got water and lava and all the oils. I hope not another freaking weird fluid appears. That would suck. But so yeah, this thing has been humming along all night too, which is nice.
Any idea how that happened?
Well, the pump for the builder apparently doesn't care about filters, for one. Because I did put a filter for DT fuel in there, but RF Tools is not as like McGinty has not put in as much like quality of life time into his mods, which are, his mods are still good, but like the Direwolf, the laser IO, when you're setting a filter, you can actually drag from JEI. You can drag things into the filter, even if you don't have them on you. You can drag them right out of JEI and set the filters, which is
Nice.
there's a few mods that allow you to do that now. And it's one of those little quality of life things that you don't really realize that are so good until you don't have it. And yeah, RF Tools is kind of lacking on the quality of life stuff. The mod itself, RF Tools mods, which he has a few now, Dimension and Builder and all the other things, they've been largely unchanged for several years now. The whole dimlet thing, this has been a process doing the dimlets for a while. He's been slowly iterating on the features of that. And I think he's kind of settled on a solution that he likes because he hasn't really changed a lot. But yeah, like the RF Tools Builder, one of the other great ones he has is the Crafter, where you can have like crafts that cascade into one another. You can have like 7 layers of crafts in a single machine. It's absolutely great. But yeah, a lot of those mods have really not changed at all in a very, very long time. Oh, somebody took all the music discs. Oh, that's the other thing I had to do. I had to turn all my music off. No more music. The last 2 streams were copyright hit on Minecraft songs because Warner Brothers, in their infinite wisdom, because the Minecraft movie is coming out, has basically started claiming any and every bit of Minecraft that they can, even though they don't likely own the copyright for it. They probably use a couple traditional Minecraft songs in the movie, and they think, hey, since we use these in the movie, we can copyright them and strike anybody out there. And a ton of channels have started getting copyright notices from Warner Brothers. And yeah, so no more music. So if you see Minecraft YouTubers right now, I would almost guarantee that none of them have their music, or they have alternate. They have some, there's some music sites out there that you can sign up for and pay for that you get music. And I know Foxy uses an online site, so does Mr. Beardstone. They probably use the same. And so you can use their music as long as you're paying for the service. So I know they would probably use that music, knowing that it's good to go. Because yeah, the Minecraft music right now is, well, yeah. Warner Brothers is trying to screw everybody over. What's new? Usually it's Disney that does that. Warner Brothers is probably desperate for money. They're like, hey, the 5 cents that we're gonna make off of his 6-hour stream, because yeah, it's like a minute. I have a 6-hour stream, and a minute of that 6-hour stream is this song, and they're like, we're gonna claim all the revenue from the entire 6-hour stream because of this 1 minute. Drives me insane. I can't even imagine what big channels do, like how they handle it. I just don't know. Because somebody like Mr. Beast, somebody like Markiplier, like there are almost endless amounts of people trying to siphon some of the revenue off of those big channels, those big names.
Well, that's the thing. They have a YouTube representative that will bend over backwards to make sure they stay on the
Right.
site. So
Yeah, and you need to be pretty damn big in order to have something like that.
Yeah. That's the thing that's bugged me the most about YouTube is it's no longer about you. It's about them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not you anymore that's important. Um, but anyway,
Maybe we should try and start a trend. I doubt it'll catch on, but call them tube instead.
add tube.
Yeah, that'd work too.
Um, yeah, and I kind of outlined my cleaning up of this area here too as well. All of this can get torn down as long as it's all right. That's cleaned up. Yeah, and all of the unused machines I don't put in the AE system because they don't stack and they would just quickly saturate the the type limits of my drives. So that's why like the nuclear reactor area had all the machines just sitting on the floor because it's unless I run into a situation where I need these, there's nothing I can do with these. I could, remove the upgrades. I could salvage some of that, but it's not like I can convert the machine itself back into its components and put those into the system, which I would much rather do. Like there's no uncrafting of the thing, unfortunately. I don't know where I got all this XP. Like, honestly, I have no idea where I got like 45 levels, but whatever. Stored away, saved up, ready to go. Literally, solar neutron activator is used for 2 different recipes, and that's it. It's a cool machine, but anyway. As far as XP goes, the fountain is back on. We have 117 1,000 buckets, which is actually not as much as I thought. This is set to 500,000. Why? I'm gonna have to go visit XP World.
XP World. It's the experience of a lifetime.
Yes. Yeah, this is definitely loaded. Oh my God, there's water in it. Oh man. Okay. Yep.
So there's water chunks in an all XP world.
Yeah, it's weird. There's certain features that when they generate, um, they don't respect the RF tools thing. This insert. Okay, I need to get all my gubbins out. Go up. Insert on white. XP. And it's this one here. XP. So you know, watch. I can get a bucket of that stuff. XP fluid. It puts that in. Right. So that just inserts. That just makes sure that inserts. And then what I can do is add on the east one of these. We're going to deny XP fluid. Rather than whitelist all of the fluids that could come from there, I'm going to deny the fluid I want to keep. Right? So, and that's on this face. Insert deny XP. And we go trash. Fluid trash can. Now I just want to make sure on the up. So the supply line is on channel 5. So that shouldn't interfere with this at all. Okay, so as soon as I place this down, this is clearing the water out. It must have found a pretty decently sized water feature underground. Not sure where, but I did notice on the when I generated the flat version, because remember I used all the same dimlet, so all the fluids and all of that should have been the same. When I generated the flat version, even though it was like really high in the sky and it was on rock, there were little puddles of the uranium, but then there were literally pools of oil, which was the reminder that, oh yeah, this doesn't work. Like there are mods when it generates whatever code the RF tools use. I can't even imagine the nightmare of code that he has to use to generate dimensions the way he does. Could not imagine. But yeah, obviously the mods that spawn other features completely ignore that. All right, there we go. XP is flowing again, and if it finds anything other, oh my god, I'm yawning like finds anything other than XP, it'll trash it, which is fine. I don't need I don't need basically doing the same thing over here. Liquid DT fuel. It's amazing how much of that stuff we have now. But this thing again is using a bucket a tick of the DT fuel. So it's a lot. If you wanted to make a bucket per tick of DT fuel without doing what we did with the dimension, you wanted to use machines and all of this, you would need a unbelievable amount of production to do that. Because yeah, a bucket per tick is a lot. Even though it's basically just water that you're pulling it. Yeah, this thing's nice and stable. So a couple of things I'd like to get a roof on this damn building today. We're basically done with tech. Like, there's a few other like, words.
Not words.
There's a few other create builds I'd like to put together. A wash plant and a smelt plant. Kind of experiment with those a little bit. But yeah, like we're end game. Like we can build anything, we can automate anything. We're infinite resources. I literally have turned off the void miners because we have at or close to completely full, miners. Power is not an issue. We have infinite power.
We can kill anything.
Wait, what?
We can kill anything.
We can. Well, a little violent, but sure, we could kill anything. um, where I don't think I've been concerned about food for weeks now after Renegade got the farm up and running. So there's that. But yeah, I have no idea what Vejas has been working on the railroad. I don't know if he's going somewhere with it. If he has like an idea in mind of what to do.
One thing I had heard is that there's a mansion that he wants to connect to.
A mansion.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a track that goes out to the mansion and a little further out.
Oh, like a dark forest mansion, a dark oak. Okay.
The train track goes all the way out to above the ancient city, and there's an elevator that goes down to it.
Way up in the desert? The ancient city up there? I mean, that's 5,000 blocks away.
I'll teleport to it quick and you can see on the map.
Well, you go far enough away and your dot disappears. Oh no, I guess it doesn't. Okay, so that's yeah, I mean that's close to the desert. You're 3,600 blocks away at least. That's a long train ride.
Yeah, and it zigzags next to and around villages that were on the route.
Yeah, there's a certain argument to be made to be made for limiting how easy stuff is in a mod pack, like travel, right? With waystones, it literally negates the need for a railroad system. Even though a whole lot of creators, they don't have the time to ride a train for 20 minutes to get to a spot to record, which I understand completely. But like, yeah, it would be nice to be able to connect stuff with a train and then require that train. Actually use the train to travel between places because that's the only way to do it. Vejas, no, I have not. I knew you were working on them, but I wasn't sure like what was done, if they were finished or whatever. So I've just been doing what I do, which is a whole lot of nothing. But yeah, this build, I'm actually, I like the broken up textures. This was my very first foray into this building style. And while there's definitely a little bit more chaos to it than I was intending, I like that it kind of breaks up the monotony of the textures. Right? You actually have variations, some subtle, some not so subtle, but I think it looks better than if you didn't do that. If it just was one bland texture the whole way, it would be very uninteresting. And it works especially well for like asphalt roofs, or streets. The little street that I kind of have in front of the nuclear area, is some of this blackstone. That's just, I'm picking, since this was the first time through, I wasn't 100% sure what textures go together. But like the sanded and eroded are really good together. Because their textures are different enough to look different, but it's not too jarring. And then you can use this trodden stuff to sort of indicate, this is a little bit rougher. Maybe it's older, it's worn a little bit. But as far as like buildings go, I kind of like it's mixed up a little bit. This is not big on other frilly things, stuff that doesn't matter, like pipes and brackets, and I mean you can go pretty heavy on the bits and details, and some people just have an eye for that and a patience for that. It's actually very, very difficult to do, because it takes the little details. Let's say I wanted, like, sort of like I did with on a roof here, right? I've got little fans and stuff, and if I wanted to do this whole building like that, add little pipes, little smokestacks, all the little details that don't do anything for the space, right? The space is set, but all the little decorative stuff takes twice the amount of time it took to build the thing. Right? It takes a long time to get all those little details, and they don't add anything to the function of the building. And it's very hard to build up the motivation to do them. It is. It's just really, really hard. Well, thanks, Bayon. it's been a process. I didn't do really a lot of the texture stuff for the blackstone on the tower. I did it for like the tough background here, and I think I went a little too heavy-handed on the texture variation. The trodden stuff just doesn't work. It stands out. I could have done a little like getting rid of the trodden, maybe even the weathered. It's yeah, little variation is good in certain places, but anyway. And I had plans to have this go, as tall or taller than that airship. Like this thing, you could just keep adding layers to it. But it kind of fizzled out because we don't need it anymore. We basically like maxed out all of our stuff. And yeah, we don't really have a need for it. And then I sort of decorated this room down here. And this is the fountain. Yeah, visually the ender tank looks empty. I really wish that they would fix their shit, because it's been like that for literally years. You think a bug after years could get fixed, but no. Yeah.
Why would you fix bugs? You can just, create a new patch that has more of them.
Yeah, if it wasn't for fixing bugs, I'd probably get a lot more vintage engineering done.
It works almost.
Yeah. It's like 90% there, and you should just be happy that it's functional. So when it comes to, let's see, what else do we want to think about here? Choo-choo. Very cool trains. Yeah, I'd like to get a wash plant. I don't know how to get it. I know one thing you can get from washing is bulk washing. So washing can get you a lot. The other thing about Create, and this, Create is great. They did a phenomenal job on it. And I think that, for what they've done, it's an absolute amazing. Oh, you can actually make dough. They did a great job. They did a great job. But the fact that you can generate resources, near infinite amounts of resources, from cobblestone. I've seen pretty much every single Create player. Interesting. You can wash coal and make ink. That's something I did. I'm getting all distracted from all these recipes. Like literally washing, sand, gravel, and, haunting sand into soul sand, and then washing that. And you can literally generate infinite iron, copper, zinc. The Create mod adds the ability to basically generate all of your resources. which to me largely eliminates the mine part of Minecraft. And then they add the big machines, the tracked machines that can just basically destroy mountains pretty quickly. Again, for what it's worth, the mod is phenomenal. It's absolutely breathtaking what they've been able to accomplish. But it does too much. You can literally add the create mod and only the create Minecraft and have access to everything you want. There's no need for anything else. And then all of the...
I like those features, but it should be a secondary mod.
Well, I think it should be harder. It should be harder to generate infinite iron. If all you need, and I've seen a plethora of videos, a lot of them, because every create mod player does it, right? There's these builds in every single series that I've ever seen. Like with just a few water wheels, you can literally generate infinite iron. Just infinite iron. Especially if you have a server up and it's a 24/7, like if it's just the server that you play on. You literally like build a little, you don't even need to make it that big. I mean, Foxy made one that was the cobblestone generator was a single piece of cobblestone that would get run through his system. And he would go to the chest and there'd be, several thousand iron nuggets waiting. So you don't need a big system to generate just infinite amounts of resources. And I think that while cool, like once you've done that, what do you do after that? So my big issue with Create is it's too powerful. It's so good, and it costs almost nothing to power the machine. Like, how many times if you watch regular, Create mod or mod pack or Minecraft content, how many boiler systems have you seen? How many water wheels? How many iron farms? Right? That content, when the mod first came out, was great. People were like, holy cow, look at all this cool stuff. But now it's ubiquitous. Now everybody. And so when I'm covering it, I'm not doing any of that. I'm using the electric motors. I'm literally like, Create's cool and all, and I can turn them all off. The entire base. Boink. One switch, turn them all off. Because believe it or not, just the little setup that we have here caused a little bit of noticeable lag. Now, it wasn't a lot. It wasn't bad. But the Create mod is exceptionally expensive to run. You do not need a big setup to cripple your game. Whereas I've built enormous factories with all of these other machines, with mechanism, with thermal expansion, industrial foregoing. I built massive factories with these. And if these machines aren't doing anything, they're just sitting here quietly, really not taking any ticks. They're just basically like, oh, they're getting ticked. There's nothing to do. We're bouncing, right? They're pretty efficient that way. And so, yeah, there's just not a lot of overhead with these. And with Create, the animations and stuff, it's not trivial. And then the conveyor belts, holy cow. Conveyor belts, the Create mod conveyor belts are exceptionally costly in terms of ticks. I keep shocking myself on the wire. So yeah, it's there's definitely pros and cons to the create mod. For overall, it's brilliant. They've done a great job. And I wish that the entire team would realize the folly of keeping it up in Minecraft and move over to Vintage. Because Vintage Story, the create mod would fit perfectly into it, right? It would be would be perfect, and it would be crazy if you put the create mod into Vintage Story. Granted, it would be a lot of work, of course, but holy Moses, would it be just awesome?
Yeah, I mean, mechanical power built straight into the game.
Yeah, yeah. Vintage Story, like that's the power system of the game, is the mechanical system. It's built in. Now I don't know. I haven't gotten into the weeds yet on it. The stress units, the basic system of power of create is the stress units. Now, you can directly compare stress units to RF. Like it is literally an RF system in the guise of mechanical power. Because the stress units, right, like the crushing wheels here, use certain amount of stress units. The motor is producing a certain amount of stress units. It's a power system. That's all it is. In the guise of a mechanical system, right? With the animations of stuff turning and spinning but yeah, it's basically a power, it's basically an electrical power system that they've produced. And I think in Vintage Story, the mechanical system is wholesale different. The way of thinking about it. Because think about it in the spinning of a windmill in the create mod depends on how many sails they have. And each sail gives you so many stress units, and then once it's built to the max, it gives you so much stress units. Well, in Vintage Story, it's different. The windmill, you build it, and then the amount of power it produces actually depends on how the wind is. There can be calm days in Vintage Story, and the windmills aren't turning. You get no power during that time. So, and then there are super, super windy days or storms that come through that produce a massive amount of power. So, it's much closer to real life in terms of how it simulates, and then the power itself. I don't know how it calculates. I don't know what it uses, but each added machine adds resistance. It's almost like an electrical system where you have resistance, like resistors, and the amount of power in the mechanical system. The power gets carried, and then anything that takes power adds a little bit of resistance until such a time that the resistance exceeds the amount of power, and then the whole system stops. So in that way, it's kind of similar to the create mod, because you can overstress the system. If you're using more power than you're producing, the system stops. But syncing all of these machines together, I've seen some intensely complex create builds where all of the machines are sort of tied in together and there's multiple speed controllers, and it's just like, oh my god. Just insane amount of overhead to keep all that running. But anyway, I would like, to get a roof on this. I don't know what to make out of, like, what to use it for. Not use it, but what to make it out of. Tough or stone. or black stone. I mean, I kind of went for a black stone motif here. So probably with a stone with stone basic end caps here. So if we go slab, um, oh, who decides to join me? Sleeping on the bed wasn't good enough today. You'd think a nice soft bed would be just fine. You'd think, but no.
Of course not.
Do I? I see Junior's back.
Yep. Got back late Thursday. Give you 3 guesses the first thing you did when you got home.
Walked in the door.
Obviously.
I don't know.
Turned the computer on and logged into the server. Then fell asleep at the desk.
uh, meant for this to stick up a little bit, but I don't think it's going to. I hear the purrs coming out of my lap. Purrs are real.
You might want to see a doctor about that.
I'd be too jealous. Purrs coming out. going to take a whole lot of blocks. To fill in a roof. But yeah, my cat is so weird, right? So she's got into this habit now when I go to bed. As a little side. So one of the things I started doing years ago, I put Carmex. I put Carmex on my lips at night because it gets so dry during the winters here that my bottom lip split several years ago. It was like 10 years ago. One winter, I woke up and my lip was all like bloody and it was literally split. And I'm not kidding, it was split as if somebody like cut an eighth of an inch right into my lip. It was so dry, which was not pleasant. I want to emphasize that. So I started, every night before I go to bed, I put on a little Carmex. And everybody, or not everybody, most people know a little bit of what Carmex is, what it smells like, all of that stuff, right? It's sort of a menthol medicated lip balm. And my cat, I kid you not, I put it on, I lay in bed, and she comes up and she gets into my lips, and it's like she is doing everything in her power to resist taking a bite out of my lips because she's just like, I don't know why she thinks Carmex is food. I don't know why. Like when I smell or, put on Carmex, I'm not hungry for Carmex. Let's just put it that way, right? I don't have an appetite to eat. And yet she gets in there and she just like, she wants so bad to like eat that flavor. Like, I'm like, cat, what the hell? And this is the same cat that will turn her nose up at something some little bag of treats that I get, at the store. I'll give one to her and she'll go down and sniff it and then just stare at me like, what do you want me to do with it? I'm not going to eat that. So she's like super picky when it comes to that. And yet she's like, give me some Carmex, baby. Like, I don't understand what is going on. My cat is literally crazy. Like, I don't understand it.
Isn't that the definition of a cat?
I mean,
I
yes.
was gonna say that's redundant to say crazy and cat in the same sentence.
It is. It's a little redundant. But still, like, just like so bizarre.
Well, I know one thing is that they, not all animals have the same taste receptors. Can't remember exactly what it's called, but yeah, they don't necessarily taste things the way we do.
And I would understand that. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me, especially seeing how dogs eat. They just like, yeah. I've literally given her treats, and we're talking like sausage. Like I'll cook some sausage every month. I cook a batch of sausage to eat for breakfast that I eat before Saturday streams. I have like 4 little bowls. I divvy it up, put them in the freezer, and then one a week I take out, and that's my big breakfast for Saturday streams that allows me to not get super hungry right away. And yeah, I will cook that sausage. And the first few times I did it after getting the cat, right? She was very interested in that. Um, and I would, after I was, as I was divvying it up, I'd pull a little chunk of the sausage out of the thing, and I'd give it to her. Never touched it. Not once did she eat a piece of sausage. And I'm like, a dog would eat that so fast they would barely taste it. Like a dog, you give a dog a little piece of sausage like that, and it's just gonna it's just gonna vanish. Like you're just not gonna see it again. And
Yeah.
the cat like sniffed it, and then sat in the chair and was like, "Nope." I'm like, well, cat, you don't have any survival instincts. What the hell? Like, what? uh, um, just weird. Like, what animal would just like, no, I'm not going to eat that. Just weird. Yeah, that I've never really understood. Like, how do you thumb your nose at a piece of sausage and it smells like sausage? It looks like sausage. Like you're gonna turn that away? Like what? Doesn't make sense. But anyway, yeah, bizarre.
That one's a mystery.
It's just weird. Like, what? All right, I think I really, if there's a Java programmer out there, if somebody wants a mod, there's enough people that use this framed blocks mod. What we really need is the infinity wand. Right, this thing allows you to place random blocks, which is where you get this effect. And the one inside here, this was all manual because there's no way. The mod idea is a way to fill in the framed blocks, right? You fill these in with a tool, an AOE tool, with, again, the random blocks out of your inventory, or hotbar, I should say. Right? You have your hotbar, and you just pick random blocks out of that, and you're good to go. That would be wonderful. I might as well take some trodden. Because it's nearly impossible for a person to be random with their block placement. It is, very, very difficult. You have to like consciously not fall into a pattern. And it's very easy. You can see how many times I placed 3 in a row. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the mind is like, it resists randomness almost. And yeah, to place a tool, right, that did an AoE placement of blocks into framed blocks from your inventory, right? If I could just take this and right click on this, and it would place as many as it could spider and find, right? There would be, that algorithm is pretty well known. I have it on a couple of my mods. Basically a spidering search algorithm. Yeah, it would be so nice to have And I don't know Java, nor do I want to learn Java. I don't think. I don't want to like work on modding Minecraft. I want to work on modding Vintage Story. I think it's the superior platform. Um, you know, the game itself can be brutally hard if you're not modding it. I mean, it is a very, very difficult game. And I think that as challenging as it is, I think it's still the superior game. And I want to encourage I would love nothing more than to have a bunch of Minecraft modders jump in and start modding Vintage Story. I think it would be glorious.
Yep. I totally think, and this basically reiterating what you're saying. I think the future of the voxel worlds like Minecraft is Vintage Story until some other competitor comes along. And even then, a competitor is going to have a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, the bar is set pretty high. Especially when it comes to
The API?
Well, the API is something that, you could replicate the robust API. Just, the development teams these days are pretty damn good at that stuff. I only struggle because I've never had to work on a project as big as like Vintage Engineering. Like Vintage Engineering there are so many parts to that project that it's very, very difficult for me because I've never had to do that. But you get a couple of really competent programmers and they'd be able to hash out Vintage Engineering in a month. Like it's not that big of a deal. And the game, I mean, Tyrone built the entire API on his own, and it did not take him very long. And he's been iterating on it. I mean, the Vintage Story has been out for quite some time now. It's like 8 years, 9 years. God, I just went through 400 more slabs. But the obvious game that everybody would think as a competitor. Obviously would be Hightail. And everybody knows kind of how I feel about that goddamn game these days. But that had the makings. That had the makings of something great. But I think the time has passed. The window of opportunity for that game has closed, and the developers just don't know it. Like there's still going to be people interested. There's still going to be customers for that game. Don't get me wrong. It's still going to sell very, very well until they discover all the different ways they're trying to monetize it. Right? Hiring a director of monetization tells you a lot. It tells you you're not going to be able to just buy the game and play the game, which you can with Vintage Story. You can buy the game and play the game. No other monetization involved. But by hiring a director of monetization, Hypixel Studios is saying, oh, you're going to buy the game and then you're going to be able to buy a whole lot of other shit. We're going to monetize the hell out of it. That, to me, says a lot. And I think that certain people are going to be able to ignore that. They're going to be like, well, I'll just buy the game and play it as is, whatever. But depending on how they monetize it, is it going to be purely cosmetic? Are they going to monetize different features? God forbid. Or do what that EA executive suggested years ago on one of they had an FPS coming out, and he actually floated the idea of charging customers per weapon reload. Charging $1 per reload. And I was like, oh shit. So where their mind is at. You know what they want to do. They're gonna do whatever they think they're gonna be able to get away with. And that's what they're gonna do. So yeah. As far as like voxel games, Minecraft certainly has the biggest player base as is, but I'm hoping that as the modding scene for Vintage Story, which has been growing exponentially, so one of the reasons why 1.20.4, one of the reasons why they had to go back and rewrite and rebuild, she's zooming around here, why they had to rebuild, or they are in the process of rebuilding the multiplayer aspect. They basically went and recoded multiplayer, the syncing and the server communication and all of that, because their 1.20 servers saw such a big influx of players that it started showing the cracks in the multiplayer system, and it started showing where they could optimize, because up till now there hasn't been enough people at once trying to play to stress test the system. And so they didn't where do you invest time to optimize? Well, you want to optimize where it's going to be most beneficial. And so yeah, they went back and they're like, we're gonna make this really, really good. And that's what 1.20 is doing. Or 1.20.4. But yeah, the player base is going up. The modding scene is crazy. And with that, you get positives and negatives. I mean, there have been a few people now that have just blatantly stolen all or some of my mods or parts of mods and just reposted. So somebody put out a Diamond Tools mod and just stole the Diamond Tools out of one of my mods, including my magnet, which was the first one that was ever made for the game. Just stole the DLL, stole the code, and just reposted it. Yeah, granted, they added a couple more diamond tools, diamond shovel, and blah, blah, blah. But, like, I just looked at it and went, you stole this mod. And they're like, well, we went into the DLL and we changed some things. And I'm just like, don't justify that shit. Just say, yeah, we took your mod. Right? Like, what? You even if you give me the credit, credit for the mod goes to, Buggy. And it's just like, I would much rather have seen a pull request and sharing credit and saying, hey, a pull request by so-and-so and helps improve the mod. But no, people would rather fracture the modding scene into a million pieces than collaborate on a mod. For some reason, the mentality is such that um, that it's just like we're gonna do our own thing. The electricity mod is a perfect example. The guy who originally made the electricity mod hasn't touched it in a couple of years. So somebody else, even though vintage engineering is a thing, and I've done ample amount of development streams and stuff showing how extensible and expandable vintage engineering is, they're still working on the electricity mod. They're still investing time into updating that mod. And I'm just like, why are you doing this? I posted comments like, honestly, if we just work together, we would be able to accomplish even more and do it faster, right? What is it about this specific iteration of electricity? It just doesn't make sense to me. But to each their own. They're going to do their own thing. It's just baffling to me. Like, why would you branch off and work on this iteration of a feature when I've spent 18 months trying to build, a really robust system, power system, item movement system, everything. And you're like, no, I don't want any part of that. I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm going to put hundreds of hours into my own thing. And now we got 2 electricity systems.
I got disconnected a little bit ago, and it's the second time it's happened. So just heads up on that if you don't hear from me for a while.
Disconnected on Minecraft or Discord?
Internet.
Oh,
so
shit.
Yeah.
You got a storm?
There's a lot of snow out, so that could be what it is. But as far as I know, it's not storming. Wind's not even blowing too bad. But while I was disconnected, a thought occurred to me.
Uh-oh.
I wonder if they've got that Minecraft movie coming out. If I were Microsoft, I would announce Minecraft 2 at like the end of the Minecraft movie. Just mega hype it. Because
what could they possibly do with a Minecraft 2
that
wouldn't piss everybody off?
Oh, they don't care about not pissing people off.
I understand that, but they spent $2.5 billion to buy an IP with a built-in player base. And to then say, oh yeah, by the way, the free updates that you've been getting for the last 20 years, those are over. What do you think that would do to the community? And in addition, depending on how that announcement would go, right? Because back in like 2013, it was announced that Minecraft was getting a modding API, and that never came to fruition, right? I just watched a history of server software for Minecraft, and they referenced the modding API stuff that was announced back in like 2013, and it's like, yeah, they announced that these modding developers were actually hired by Mojang and blah 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 blah. Never came. Nothing ever came. Never happened. So for me, it's like Microsoft is right now treading a really razor thin line. They know there's a lot of competition out there, and they know if they misstep, they will lose everybody, because people would just be like, "Oh, we're done giving Microsoft." So it's like they can't overtly massively monetize things the way they probably want to. Who knows if they've actually made their money? I doubt they've made their money back. Right?
Yeah,
you're buying a game for $2.5 billion that's already sold like 400 million copies. That's pretty decent market saturation. And yes, there's new generations, like Renegade's kids, getting copies for them. There's definitely some of that, but not to the same volume that existed before. Like it's a different equation when you've already sold like 400 million copies of a game and then you buy it. It's like that's going to be hard to sell enough copies to cover the cost of that. But it's really fascinating the history of it, and that it's one of those like rough, rock in a hard place sort of situations. But yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Roaded. But yeah, I think Hightail had the makings of being great when it was announced. I don't know. I think I was still in diapers when it was announced. It's so long ago that it was announced. Like we're talking like 7 years now. It was announced. That
And if you're talking about just that release video, they had been releasing, trickling out information before that too.
well,
So, yeah,
the
I mean,
big
it's
Christmas the big one was the Christmas trailer that came out, and for me, that took me by surprise. I had no idea the project even existed, and it looked like it was nearly finished. Like the trailer, it was deceptive in that it looked like it was literally weeks away from release. Like that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
That it was so close because it looked very playable, right? And a company would never put out a trailer of like that of footage that's not gotten in the game, right? Not something that somebody would do. And yeah, they put that trailer out, and it was so popular that they decided, hey, rather than finish this game and actually put it out on time, why don't we pull in as much money as we can now and then reprogram the whole game a couple times? Which is what they've done, which is why it's been so long. Literally going back to the drawing board and being like, we're just going to start from scratch and rebuild it again, right? Horrible management, which is the main reason why Tyrone left. Tyrone, the maker of Vintage Story, worked on Hightail for a year, and then he left the company because he was like, he told me the project was so poorly managed. There wasn't even a single like director of technology that oversaw the whole thing that could guide all of the different teams, right? Because it's all like most of the company is remote workers all over the world. How do you coordinate and organize what all of these different people are working on? And he's like, there was nobody at the top like organizing what people were working on. So it was just like the different like code that was being submitted, it was just all over the place in terms of like there was no like standardized coding methodology. There was no standardized like variable naming. Nothing about the code base was being standardized and normalized across the whole project. And it was the absolute disaster. And so he's like, yeah, I quit that because it was obvious. It was obvious the project was just being very poorly managed. It was funny because very shortly after him and I had that conversation, they came out and said, yeah, we're going back and reprogramming the whole thing. And I remember I linked him the article, and I'm like, holy crap, dude. He's like, yeah. He's like, this is not surprising at all that they had to do this. He's like, don't hold your breath on whether or not this thing actually gets done, because it's It's just that poorly managed. So, yeah. And there will always be people that are like, well, you're too judgmental, whatever. And it's like, well, that's fine. Everybody's subject to their opinion. I'm just telling you what my observation is as a programmer, looking at a team trying to program something, and the decisions that they're making, and how that impacts you as a customer, and the timeline of the game.
And
Again,
not to mention you've played a game or two and followed development of a game or two in your lifetime.
and I've talked to many developers. I've had conversations with developers on their game and what they're working on, what they're wanting, what they're going for, what their vision is. And you can quickly you find out, you can quickly discern the teams that are devoted and really trying for something, and the teams that are just like going for something
Let's make
quick.
a quick buck.
And sometimes those lines get blurry for sure, but sometimes they're not. Oh my god, if I could just stop placing. There's one indie developer that I really wish I could get a hold of. And it's honestly, at this point, I think the guy died. I have to be honest. I think he died. I think it's the only explanation. So the guy behind the game Banished. If anybody out there has played Banished. Banished was kind of a genre-defining game. It wasn't the first in its genre, obviously, but it certainly helped define the genre that they were in. And Banished came out. I love the game. Play it. I still play it every once in a while. Yeah, he started working after Banished came out. He put out a few updates, as everybody does, and then he announced he was going to start working on another game. Right, his next game. All of the lessons that he learned from the original Banished. He's like, I'm taking all the areas that I had trouble in, and all the tough spots, and so for a few years, he was announced. He would post like a devlog every once in a while, and his last one was April of 2022. That was his last one, and has not posted another one since. And I have reached out to him on Twitter. I've like tried to like post and say like what's going on. I've emailed him once. I'm just like, what is going on? Why suddenly did you go dark? Right? Literally the entire project went dark. And yeah, I have no idea at this point. Like, how do you ignore, anybody reaching out and being like, "Are you okay? Like, what is going on? Why did this project suddenly disappear?" Even if you had to get a normal job to pay bills and stuff, which would be completely understandable for an indie developer, you would still try to like post that or answer questions, or if you have somebody in the community reaching out and like, hey, like, is everything okay? Like, you would think that you would answer that person, be like, yeah, I had to get a job and pay some bills, and I'd be like, oh, that's understandable, completely understandable. But at this point, it's been like 3 years. 3 years. And they haven't they haven't posted a single thing about their project. I go to his website roughly once a month. Once a month, I'll visit it's Shining Rock Software. I'll go to his webpage just to see if he's updated, like if he's posted anything. But at this point, there's literally like JavaScript errors on his webpage, which tells me he hasn't touched the back end website in as much time. Like who's ever hosting that website, I have no idea what's going on, but yeah, I wish I could get a hold of him. But that's why I say like he's got to be dead. Like that would be the only explanation as to why somebody would be so radio silent for so long. But it's not that I wish that it was the case. It's just nothing else makes sense to me. How are we doing here? I'm trying to be random. Very, very difficult. Okay. This is why people don't do a lot of building. It just takes so long to do anything. And this is why I'd love a mod, a way to fill in all of these. Like with a tool. That would be great. I'm a little concerned about ARM. You know the ARM like wrote like, hey, have you thought about going on Rumble? And my first thought, because I saw that back and forth os
Yeah.
the other day, and I'm like, that's weird. And I looked, sure enough, ARM's been following me on Rumble for months.
Oh boy.
And it's like, for them to be like, all right, have you thought about Rumble? Means completely forgot that they were even following me. So I'm a little concerned. With that.
Unless maybe meant make a complete switch. Because exclusively. That's the only thing I can think of, anyway.
That's much harder to justify.
Yeah.
You know, I have maybe, I don't know, 20 followers on Rumble. I have over 6,000 subs on YouTube. Those are very, I mean, yeah, I don't have 6,000 people watching. It would be nice for sure, but the difference is so extreme in terms of like audience that it would be rough just dropping YouTube altogether. That would be
Yeah.
hard. Very hard to justify something like that. Okay. But other than that, my week went by pretty fast, honestly. We're in the middle of another massive cold snap.
Yeah, hasn't been too warm here either.
Yeah, Thursday I did a bunch of errands because it was actually above zero. It's so funny. I was talking to my brother and was just like, "Well, it's above zero. I gotta go run some errands." And he just laughed. He was like, "Dude, I'm so glad I'm not living there anymore." It's just like that's nobody needs to be there. And it was so funny. I was watching somebody. I forget where they were. It might have been Nerdrotic, Gary, and he was bitching and moaning. He was in Wisconsin. He's like, "Yeah, it's like 20 degrees outside. It's so cold." And I was like, "Oh man!" And then the other one was there were a bunch of protesters in D.C. and they all went home because it was too cold. 36 degrees, and they all went home
Yeah.
because it was too cold. And I'm like, y'all don't know what cold is. It's Monday. Our low is going to be like minus 28. Y'all don't know what cold is until you live through minus 28. Go outside when it's minus 28. And, if there's a 20-mile-an-hour wind, it's going to be minus 50. Right? Wind chill. That's cold.
If it's above freezing, you don't need a jacket.
Yeah, when it got spring here, like April, and it's like 34 degrees outside, nobody's wearing coats. Right? It's t-shirt and shorts. And because it's so funny, the spring, the same temperature in the spring versus the fall, right? 34 degrees in the fall, people are bundled up, everything is like winterized. 34 degrees in the spring, it's t-shirt weather, baby. Like it's such a different feeling. For one, the sun has a little bit more power, but two, after living through minus 30, positive 30 feels like heat wave. It feels tropical. So yeah, I've got a big pile of firewood behind me. I am ready to go. I'm actually burning through all of my wood this year. I've had a lot of firewood left over the last few years, and some of it is not a good species. There's firewood that you want and firewood that is really bad, and certain species of trees are just not. They don't make good firewood.
There was a couple kids that were on the bus on the way back, and they made a very big mistake.
Uh-oh.
You see, they arrived in PA and got off the bus in t-shirt and shorts.
Oof.
It was 28 degrees. With a
Yeah.
decent wind.
That'll shrink the ball sack right quick.
Oh yeah. And it was all guys that did it too.
Well, yeah, you got to be tough when you're that age. It's like, no, I'm fine. I'm not cold. And it's like, really, dude? Like,
Junior got off the bus and said he wanted to go back to Florida. It was warmer.
uh,
You want to know crazy? My dad was telling me about this. It's something he had mentioned every now and then. I think it was a guy he had worked with. The guy is so resistant to the cold, he ice fishes. No shack, no jacket. He's out there in shorts and a shirt. He's just sitting on a bucket, fishing from an ice hole.
well, there's a certain amount of that you could do, and a certain amount of that it's you could possibly do that. But the problem is, depending on how cold it is, you cannot escape. Doesn't matter how rough, doesn't matter how tough you are. When it gets to be like minus, like here, and it gets to be like minus 40 wind chill, frostbite happens in 10 minutes. It does not care how tough you are. You will freeze off parts of your body if you're sitting outside without like proper clothing and stuff on. Doesn't matter how tough you are. Nature does not care. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, everybody watching, do not emulate.
But yeah, did some errands. Yeah, one of the species of wood that I got from the guy a couple years ago, and there's some wood in my garage that has been carried over from one season to the next. And a couple of years ago, he brought me a load of ash and the wood, not actual ash, just the wood ash, and horrible wood for a fire, for like if you have a fireplace. It's atrociously bad. I would not recommend. So yeah, I've been burning through all that. For one, it's a fraction of the weight of something like oak. You get a log of oak, right? It's gonna weigh a certain amount. You get the exact same size of like ash, and it weighs a fraction of the amount. And that tells you like how much heat you're gonna get out of it. If a piece of wood is super light, think of like balsa, right? If a piece of wood is super light, it has very little energy. A piece of oak has density where the coals, once the wood, once the frilly stuff outside burns, and it actually starts making the coals inside, that is going to burn for an incredible amount of time. So if you're spending, let's say you're buying a cord of wood, if you have a fireplace, you know what a cord of wood is. If you're buying a cord of wood and somebody says, I will give you a cord of ash for $200 or a cord of oak for $200. By every metric, the cord of oak for $200 is 4 times the amount of heat than the cord of ash. Right? You're going to get more value for your money from the same volume of wood if it's oak or maple or hickory than if it's something like ash. Or there are some really bad woods out there that you don't want any part of. Ash, cottonwood. Cottonwood is so bad. It's so bad for a fireplace. Um, but yeah. So my firewood guy that he usually goes there, usually when he finds in the spring, when he finds like a good, like an oak, he'll set it aside. Because I told him, I'm like, this is, if I'm going to spend the money, because it's going to be like $200 to load up a full load of wood again in the spring. If I'm spending $200, it better be something good. Because this ash was utter shit. It was so bad. And I told him, I'm like, it might be classified as a hardwood. It might be classified as a hardwood. But it does not compare to something like oak. It just doesn't compare. That one. Is there a? Let's. All right. So yeah, because yeah, I put like 4 logs of ash in my fireplace, and they're gone, burned down to near empty, just basic coals, almost gone, like within 40 minutes. And I can put 2 pieces of oak in there, and they're still going 45 minutes. I mean, they're still hot. And one year I got a load of wood so good. It was like super seasoned oak. He went to somebody's farm, and they had cut down an oak tree years prior, and it had just piled up all the wood, and then just left it for years. And he loaded it all up. He cut it up, loaded it all up, and that was the load of wood I got. That winter, I literally had a fire that was so hot it melted a hole in the grate in the fireplace. Literally, like the cast iron grate that's in the bottom of the fireplace, it melted a hole in the bottom of it. I had to get another grate.
Oh, great.
That fire was hot, boy. I couldn't. The coals in it were so hot, like I couldn't even get close. The firewood poker, even with long firewood poker, I couldn't get even close to it. There was so much heat coming off that fire, unbelievable amounts of heat. And you get used to like the wood, like pine. Pine is kind of the middle of the road wood, right? If you have pine, it's it's a decent firewood. It's not as good as oak, but pine is really, really gassy, meaning it pops and snaps a lot. And depending on your setup, you probably don't want that. Right?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you use that kind of wood, the real gassy woods, the light woods, that causes a lot more buildup in the chimneys too, doesn't it?
The pine not so much, but yeah, really light woods, wood. they definitely would deposit a lot more creosote into the stove, and it also depends on how hot your fireplace is.
Yeah.
If you keep it hot, smoke is a result of fuel that's not combusted, right? So yes, if you don't keep it hot hot enough to minimize the amount of smoke, then yes, you could have more buildup. But you could have a lot of buildup with really good woods if you don't keep it hot, right? If you let it burn down and it's smoking like crazy, you still get a lot of, even with really good woods, you'll still get a lot of buildup. So yeah, it's, the lighter woods and paper. If you have a fireplace, do not use paper. Do not use paper to light your fire. Paper is horribly bad for chimney residue. So yeah, the first year I had the first 2 years I had the fire, or I lived here. I would use a little couple wads of paper when I started the fire. And then I think the third or fourth year I had a chimney sweep come in, and I was talking to him about things. He's like, "Do not ever use paper. It's really, really bad." So I have little fire. I have little fire starters, little like compressed. It's like waxed sawdust. They're little compressed fire starters. One of those and a little bit of lighter fluid, like Zippo lighter fluid, and I've never had a problem starting a fire. Super fast. Yes, main links.
Yeah.
Oak is by far like the top of my list. But one of the other really good woods, and every once in a blue moon, I'll get a single piece of wood that is this, and I always relish it because it's hard to get in firewood because people use it for other things. But hickory, if you can get some hickory, oh my God. If you have a fireplace and you get some hickory, your entire house or apartment or whatever will smell like a barbecue joint. It is wonderful. I over the years, every once in a blue moon, I'll unknowingly get a piece of hickory. Just as I'll get an entire load of wood and a single piece will be hickory. And so I'll be, some winter night, I'll be filling the fireplace up and I'll put this piece in and suddenly it's like, oh my God, it smells like a barbecue joint. It smells so good. But yeah, hickory is, it's so good.
Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Because you just be eating nonstop?
Oh yeah, it makes you super hungry because it's like, that smells so good. Now I know why hickory is used in smoking like meats and stuff because Jesus, it smells so good. But yeah, oak is phenomenally good. Maple is also very, very good. But depending on where you live in the world, you may or may not have really good access. And I've heard cedar smells really good as well. I don't know how good of a wood, how dense it is, but cedar is one of those really famous woods. Lebanese cedar was used by the pharaohs in Egypt for building their ships and stuff. So, but cedar can smell really good.
From what I gather, the rule of thumb anyway is that the best smoking woods are fruit, apple and things like that.
Well, it depends on, smoking apple wood itself doesn't really have as unique as unique of a aroma as say hickory does. Hickory
not as unique, but
it's just so unique in terms of like flavor. Whereas apple wood is pretty dense, but apple trees themselves are pretty small. You're not going to get really big pieces of wood for apple. And that's true for most fruits. Whereas oaks, you can have oaks that are 4 feet wide at the base or more, like huge pieces. Although the only downside to oak is it takes 100 years to grow a tree. That's the only downside. Is like, oh my God, there's not a lot of oak left. That's good because it's just like Yeah, it just takes so damn long to grow those. Um, oh man, I'm jealous. You bought a sawmill. Oh, there's also not a lot of trees around here. One of the parks that we have is literally called Oak Park. Um, but yeah, the guy that I get my wood from, a lot of his wood, a lot of the stuff that he gets comes from just the city dump. The city will work on, some street somewhere, and the boulevard, they'll cut down all of the trees off the boulevard and send them out to the dump. And he just goes, he basically goes out there for free, cuts it all up, loads in his trailer, and pulls it out of the dump. And the dump is more than happy because then it's not stuff they have to bury, right? Um, so yeah, he's got a nice little deal there. But the only problem with the wood that I get is it's not seasoned, right? If he's getting it at the dump, it's fresh cut, and it's not seasoned at all. And I don't really have I don't have a lot of choice when it comes to where to get my firewood, because the guy is probably one of the only games in town when it comes to firewood. And he supplies everybody in the area with firewood. So he gets it wherever he can find it. And unfortunately, he just doesn't season it. You always want to season your wood at least a year, but yeah, if it's not an option, then unfortunately, nothing you can do. Yeah, I've always wanted, like, there's a guy where my dad lives. My dad lives on the eastern part of the state, and the guy started when my dad first moved there. He found this guy, and he was a farmer, right? He had land that he was farming, and the firewood was just a side business. And that side business has grown to the point where it's his primary business now. And he has bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment. And you go out to it and you're like, you call him up and you're like, hey, I need a load. And he's like, all right, come on out. And you go out there and it's piled like you would see at a mine, right? You'd see like a coal mine where they pile the coal. Like, it is piled a mountain of firewood because he's got a conveyor belt that dumps it, and he's got like these industrial splitters, and he goes out to all of the farmers in a huge radius and gets all of their deadfall. He goes out and cleans out all of their tree lines, and he just is like, he sources this wood from a huge radius around. And it is a huge thing. But, I can't benefit from that shit because it's too far away. Like, I would literally have to pay to fill up my entire garage with a dump truck load of wood in order for it to be cost effective. And that would just be asking for a disaster. Having a bunch of firewood in there. It'd be like, well, if there's a fire, literally money up in smoke, legit. But yeah, like, I wish I had like a whole, like, a firewood splitter, a little sawmill, and then a thing to package up this, because you can monetize everything, right? So the sawdust that you're getting, you can pack that up and get a press and mix it with, paraffin wax or some, I don't know what they use. You could probably research and figure it out. But these little compressed sawdust things, these fire starters, you can take all the sawdust, mix it all up with like wax and whatever it is, press them, and then sell those, right? So down to the sawdust, you can monetize everything. And yeah, it's just like nothing goes to waste. Okay. Let's do. I think we have a couple fans. Oh yeah, Renegade. I was gonna mention your tomato harvesters are at the different height. Oh, it looks like the backpack is gone. I did try to put ropes on your tomatoes, and for some reason they disappear after a harvest.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So yeah, I came over here and I was like, yeah, the harvester is at a, yeah. So for some reason, I don't know, the rope breaks or something. I don't understand it. I didn't witness it, but I did notice that you're not getting tomatoes. Not that you're low on tomatoes. You probably have 60,000 of them at this point. But,
I have 16.4.
yeah. But anyway. The encased fan. Not mob fan. Nope. Encased fan. What's really cool about my firewood guy, this is going to be a long story, and I apologize, but I got nothing else to fucking talk about today. So when I first moved into this place, it's been like 8 years, 7 years. I can't even remember. So when I first moved into this place, I found his phone number, like, it was north of town, or on the southern part of town. I was just driving through a neighborhood and I saw a sign that was like a phone number and firewood, and I was like, oh shit, I need some firewood. So I reached out, and he was like, yeah, I can do firewood. And so he comes out, and every time he brought me a load of wood, he would give me a box of scraps, right? Bits and sticks and stuff you'd rake up on the ground after cutting a whole bunch of wood. And he was doing it all manually at that point. He was cutting it with a chainsaw, but then he was literally splitting the wood manually, which is, I just can't even imagine. My back hurts just thinking about it. But the box that he would bring me was a diaper box, right? It was like Pampers or whatever, and it was full of scraps and stuff. And the next year, the same thing, load of firewood, like a box, and then like a year later, the box was a box of pull-ups. I was like, oh shit, right? And the next year, it was a box of pull-ups and like a smaller box of diapers. I was like, oh, you had another kid, right? So now this last year is he comes. I see him once a year. I get these like snapshots of his life once a year. Last year he comes. He has his wife. He has 2 daughters, and they're all helping him. Because the first few years I was helping him unload the truck into the garage. Piling it all up. Now his wife is there. He's got 2 daughters, and I was like, holy crap! Like, I have seen a snapshot of this guy's like family life over the last like 8 years go from like just having his first kid to now he's got 3 kids, and 2 of them are old enough to actually help him with the business. And I'm like, holy shit! Like, this is the coolest thing ever. So, his youngest is not quite old enough to help him with the wood yet. So, but everybody is involved, with the firewood business at this point.
That's pretty cool.
Never used oak for building planter boxes or mulch. Poison. Wow. The oak, whatever seeps out of oak is poison. I didn't know that. Makes sense. I mean, wood has to have some natural defenses. I immediately bought a log splitter. Yeah. And he has now a log splitter, like a full legit, he bought a new truck. The first few years, the truck that he came and delivered was almost scraping the ground as it drove when it was loaded with wood. I mean, it was just like barely making it, and now he's got like a brand new like F-150 or something, like just this nice, very nice truck. Um, so yeah, he's been doing pretty good. But he takes a load. He told me, he goes, the local Indian reservation, they do their sweats over the summertime, and he's like, they don't care what wood it is, like they just don't care. And he goes, I take a load out to them, like a full load, like a truckload, once every like 2 weeks, a full load. So he's taking this wood. I don't know where he sources it from. It is a crap ton of wood that he takes out there. And they don't care. And so me, the discerning customer who only wants, value for his money, he kind of sets that aside when he finds it. So yeah, he knows what I like. But he's a great guy. Like, he's so good. I'm very happy that we have him. I don't know what I would do with firewood if I didn't have him as a contact. But yeah, it's going to be a couple $100 to reload my wood come springtime, at least. The best is cedar for what? For planter boxes? Yeah, I can see that. I can cedar that. Okay, I'm gonna come up here.
Possibly a little surprising because of the anti-pest measures that cedar has. Cedar. Because that's why you find a lot of furniture that's made out of cedar.
You're back.
All right. So the the issue with washing and smelting. Now, if memory serves, and it may not, but I try to pay attention when I watch somebody and what they build and all of that. But from what I understand, it's not the speed of the fan that affects how fast the smelting or washing is. That has no impact at all. It's the number of fans that is the big thing. So, a depot, you could do a belt. I'm thinking here what the best system here for this would be. A depot. Let's prototype this here.
Brace yourself, Buggy. Hunter's coming in.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he's been working on something the last week in a single player world. And he's just made a schematic of it. He made a chocolate factory.
Oh, nice.
Sweet deal. Oh, I said that and I didn't even realize. So. Sweet.
Oop.
A full logger's truck for 1,100 USD. That seems pretty good. I mean, is that, if that's oak or cedar, either one of those, that's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, if you can cut it and split it yourself, huge saving. Because the vast majority of the labor is the cutting and the splitting. And I really, I've been trying to point my guy, my wood guy. I've been trying to steer him into good practices, because some years I get the wood and it's cut this long. Some years I get the wood and it's cut like this. We need a standard length. We need a standard length here. This is too small and this is too big. I need something in the middle. Yeah, if you get oak, if you get a logger's truck of oak for $1,100, God, I wish you lived near me, because I'd want to get hooked up. I would love nothing more than a nice load of oak. If I could get a really good piece of a really good amount of oak, because I don't even get a cord. A cord is huge, right? Yeah, it's huge. It's bigger. The cord of wood is bigger than 4x8. I want to say. All right. I gotta juggle it, because how big is a cord of wood? 128 cubic feet. Measured as a pile 8 feet long by 4 feet high and 4 feet wide. So it's 8 by 4, but not 15 inches. 8 by 4 is right, but 4 feet wide. 8 by 4 by 4. So if you just, let's say you use 12-inch pieces, 1-foot pieces, then you would need to readjust your 8 by 4. You would need, if it's just 1 wide, then you would need to be able to get 128. It would be 12. It would be pretty big. But yeah, it's 8 by 4 by 4. A full cord can weigh up to 5,000 pounds. Jesus. But yeah, it's 4 feet wide by 4 by 8. Is a cord. It's actually a lot of wood. A cord of wood is a lot of wood, and I don't get a cord. I can't. My garage, it would be half full of wood. It's a truck. What you can fit in a standard Ford truck back end. Mounded up. So it might be a half cord. But a full cord at $250, I would buy that in a heartbeat. I don't care if I can't park my car in there. I'd park outside for a while before I give up that. Yeah, 15 inches. I'm gonna try to sidestep any amount of jokes that I could talk about, but 15 inches is that's pretty big in terms of like my fireplace. I just want to see 15. That would probably work. Yes, I have a tape measure next to me. I mean 15. Yeah, I could see that. That's actually a good size. I would agree. 12 would be a little small. Do polish there. And we're gonna do. Yeah, I literally have a 25-foot tape measure on my computer desk. Because you never know when you need to measure some shit. That's that's the long and short of it. You never know when you need to measure some shit. So I have a tape measure sitting right next to me. Oh, come on now.
All right, AFK a little bit here.
What? No.
Well, I suppose I do have a raid bucket around here.
Vertical gearbox. Give me a bunch of gearboxes. Never have too many gearboxes. No. No. What a deal. Half the amount for the same price? What a deal. That's funny. Oh, right, your server. I remember you bought a beast of a server. My brother, my older brother, just got a new computer, and he buys a new system once every 7 to 10 years. And when he gets a new system, he gets a system. He spent right around $5,000 on a new system. Um, okay, and then there my wire cutters are. Take that away. And how do I want to do this? Uh, we should collectively build some airplanes just to. There's a biplane. There's like a bunch of airships. Okay, let's see. Can't remember what the post. That's what they're called. They're called posts. Relay. Because a connector can only have one connection, but a relay can have more than one. So, relay. And one of the things that my immersive or vintage engineering does that this one doesn't seem to do is mine actually you can render the wires as you're moving them. So it's like you actually see the wires as you're doing it. And of course, these are going the wrong way. This one's going the right way. Both these are going the wrong way. So we're going to take that away. we're going to do a gearbox. Oh. There we go. Not that it matters if it's pushing or pulling. It's just either way it works. Okay. Let's speed it up just ever so slightly. Not that speed matters, but I just want to make sure that it's actually getting to where it needs to be. This one I'm a little more concerned with.
Come back.
Yeah, it's definitely, for some reason, this is definitely blocking this. No, no, no. God damn it. Like, oh. So, what happens if we wash? Let's grab some sand. It is actually going to wash it. A whole stack of sand gave me 15 clay balls. So my plan was to have a pattern provider on this side, and then a funnel, a filtered funnel on this side. And the filter would be like, it would pull off basically what we're expecting to actually craft. And I have no idea if these bottom fans are doing anything because the particles. Anyway, that stack did wash pretty fast, so at least there's that. So a brass funnel. No, what the heck? What happened to the effing depot? How did the depot break? How is that possible? That's stupid. This is just a mess. It's a mess, I say. Filter. Okay. There was a specific wash recipe that I wanted. Use. No, wasn't it a haunting recipe? I think it was a haunting recipe. Let's look at the washing. See if there's one that we could encode. Obviously, clay balls we could do, though I think we have an obscene amount of clay balls. Glass. Any stained glass can get turned into glass. I think it was the red wool. I think that was the main one I wanted. Because we have 61,000 red wool. And we can wash it. Oh. Let's do regular wool. Right. Do that. Allow list. There it is. Pattern provider. Okay. Like so. All right. Now let's hook it up with some Fluix cables. And then do a test. Can a funnel push directly into a chest? I don't know.
Funnel.
Like if I put a chest underneath a funnel, will it push into the chest? Or just sit on top of it?
Oh, I think sit on top, but I haven't tested that specifically. So
Okay, and then we want to do pattern red wool, white wool. Yep, on top. So, card holder. Now we do this. Ow! Ow! Ah! That scares me every time it happens. I should have used. There it is. Yeah, I should have used insulated wires, but OSHA's not around. So.
it's not illegal if they don't catch you.
Alright, redstone link.
That was my brother's philosophy, and yeah, I don't know. Prison kind of disagreed with that statement.
Yeah, it it tends to. Sure. Now this will shut off when all these other ones shut off. Okay, so this is this is washing. I think I want haunting next. Smelting, I don't really think we need smelting. To be very honest. I just don't. I can smelt stuff way faster with the mechanism stuff. Because I can do it. I can literally do 72 stacks at and this. If I wanted to be able to make an equivalently sized blasting setup, I would need a huge amount of stuff, which I just don't think. But haunting is unique enough that there's really no equivalent. And yeah, this I can actually make blackstone out of cobblestone with the haunting. Let's see if there's any others. I mean, sand to soul sand, obviously. And then, yeah, lapis to prismarine. That is a useful one, because otherwise prismarine, the only way to get prismarine is with the stupid fishes and the weird pufferfish things. Haunted bell. Huh. Soul campfire. Interesting. Obsidian to crying obsidian, though. Not sure why you would. Like, what's the main purpose of crying obsidian? You can actually make glow ink. That's interesting. Not sure what this like. Create. That's a create. Edit recipe.
Okay, the dog needs something, but she just won't tell me what it is. I'm gonna go see if I can figure it out.
Sausages. There's no recipes, man. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I want to replicate this only for haunting. Okay. Let's see if we can do this reasonably okay. Again, do that all the time. Somebody's making some great stuff and things. And then, oh yeah, these actually need to be different. I need these to be soul sand. Okay. Now, the one above is going to be a little trickier. Um, oh, twisting like that, Mr. Case fan. Stop doing that. No, no, no. God. Really? There we go. Now. I used to have a flint and steel, but I might have. Okay, then we need a brass funnel.
All right, I'm back.
A filter. Did you just discover what the dog wanted?
Well, apparently she wanted to go outside. I had asked her earlier, but, you know, apparently she didn't need to at that exact moment, so... Oh, sometimes they can be frustrating. She wasn't, taught real well when, you know, she was first, you know, when she was a pup. My niece had done most of the early year training. It was her first puppy, so... Or, well, you know... I guess I can't say for sure it was her first, but, you know, the first one where she was on her own to deal with everything. And, yeah, she was a kid. Did little things like, you know, every time she would make a little noise, she'd coddle her, which, of course, now has sprung up to everything she needs, she whines for.
Yeah. Funny, the same rules that apply to training a dog also can apply to raising children. And the values that you instill in kids when you raise them. It's like, you coddle a child, you're gonna, there's gonna be consequences.
Yup.
You know, hardship sort of breeds, you know, traits, and if a kid grows up without any challenges, then they'll never know their limits. They'll never figure stuff out, which is why a lot of like second or even third generation businesses usually fold, because the first generation works really hard, builds the business, because they didn't have anything growing up, so they worked their asses off. Well, their kids grew up without any need or desire to basically grow anything, and it's very difficult to sort of instill those values. without arch.
Yep.
Okay. I muted the campfire sounds. What the hell? Fire ambient. Go away. Okay. So the filter, the haunting is Blackstone, I believe. There's even a smoker. You can like. Although,
Yeah, pretty cool.
basically just cooking it, baking it. So, all right, haunting Blackstone is definitely one. Soul Sand, and then Prismarine. So, Blackstone, Soul Sand. Not that we need it. Prismarine. Okay. Magma cream we could do. I don't even know if we need any magma cream. Obsidian crying. What is crying obsidian used for? Really nothing.
Yeah, I wonder if that one's like just like a most decorative block,
Yeah.
or why they have it in there.
I mean, our enchanting infuser mod uses it, but yeah. Other than that, it's pretty much decorative blocks from chipped. Or a respawning. Whatever that. Well, we don't really need that, though. So. As far as I know, somebody looked that up. The respawn anchor allows you to set a respawn point in the nether. Okay,
And it has
so.
charges on it.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
It's cheap. It's just a glowstone block for a charge.
And then magma cream. Not really. Other than potions. Nether grout. We're a little bit past the grout stage. Queen slime. I don't know.
I think that's mostly used for like the Tinker's over slime thing, isn't it? Or is there
Yeah,
other
it's all
uses?
the Queen's list is all tinkers. I have no idea what it gives you, but
Over slime is if you have a part of the tool that is a slime based part. Over slime will take the durability hit before the actual durability will.
okay. I think that's it for the filters on this. Now we need another pattern provider. Like that. And again, I want to reiterate, from what I understand, the speed of the fans has no bearing on how fast it processes. It's only the number of fans that makes a difference. So you could really maximize this by putting like 4 sides or 5 sides with fans. But that's a nightmare of mechanical like shenanigans that you'd have to you'd have to somehow route 5 different yeah. Okay, so let's encode a pattern for oh jeez, that was jarring. Encode a haunting pattern here. Namely the Blackstone, and I want 64 cobble to make 64 Blackstone. And encode that. Okay, now I'll know which one it is. So yeah, we have 10,000 soul sand. Because I went in and we're literally like our nether portal is really next to like a soul sand valley biome. And I just go in with and just using the hand, I don't use a tool, I just vein mine. I get, I have the vein miner set to 256, so you get 4 stacks. If the deposit is big enough, you get 4 stacks every time, and you can do it fast. So you get a lot of soul sand. And the main use we have for it is making withers, which is it is what it is. But other than that, I don't really think we need anything else. I mean, if we need crying obsidian, we could. I could add that to the thing, but whatever. All right, now put all that stuff away. Put all that away. That away. That away. That away. That away. That away. This I can reset. Come on, DYE. There we go. That reminds me. We should. Isn't there a wash? Oh no, there's a crush. Oh. Anyway. Resetting the chest just because. And now we have some haunting and we have washing. The last 2 major ones that I wanted to do. And it's all hooked up, so if anybody needs to craft a create thing, you want to check the switch first because the switch turns all the create stuff on, so it's all there's a sign over here. Just turn this off and all the create stuff turns on. There's no way that I know of to invert the redstone link. Right? There's a way to do it with Project Red. You could do an invert cell and blah blah blah. But it would take up way more space. So I would need to plan for that. I didn't want to. So on equals off when it comes to the grade stuff. Okay. Let's clean my inventory up. Go see what kind of shenanigans Hunter is up to. Because I know he was working on something. Where's it being built? Ooh. Nice. Renegade's doing some sprucing up. I like it.
He's put an X over here. He's gathering the required materials.
Yeah, I suppose, probably.
Yeah, I just got disconnected again for a bit. I'm back now.
Your internet's glitching out today.
Yeah. I think it glitched out once on Wednesday too, wasn't it? I might not even mentioned it.
What do you think, Renegade? Would this be a good spot for a road right here? I was kind of originally planning on having a road right in through here. Because there's this back here obviously is supposed to be like loading bays, like garage loading bays. So I was in my mind when I was building this would be a little loading bay and there'd be a road going by and there'd be a way to pull off in here, and in my mind that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you could do that. And then just turn this the dirt path here to like a crosswalk.
Right. Yeah, it would be a crosswalk through here, and then the road would go straight, and probably there would be a T over here, and it would be go past the thing. But
Have it go down to here.
I like Vejas's little
An airport.
Bond villain structure in the mountains there. Oh. Renegade just got booted.
Whoops.
Not my fault. I'm not hosting anymore.
I blame my router. Because I haven't had a chance to get a new cable yet. Going from the Starlink to my Nighthawk router, so I'm using the Starlink router.
So as far as sidewalks go, this is the center. That's the boundary right there. Oh, this shovel is dangerous. Okay, so how wide would the lanes have to be? If this was a tight, this is 3 wide sidewalk. So 3. That was the sidewalk. So you go over to the nuclear area, you can kind of see what I'm thinking in terms of like sidewalk to street. Although I think I didn't give myself enough space in that area for the full build. So if we go to the tough, sanded tough, trodden, weathered, eroded, these are good. Okay. And then we take this line here. And we grab a stairs. I think a little different from that build that I have. I'll do a stair. Because before the bottom step was a different material, and I remember my design, curb and gutter. The gutter is also concrete, so curb and gutter are the same, and then the road itself is good to go. So the lane, the actual road, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you do a 4 wide-ish lane, maybe 4 wide lane, or if we do a 5 wide, then the lane would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'd have. Now, is there a framed block? Yes. Frame divided slab would actually work. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. 5. And then the sixth would be one of these. Right? And then the sidewalk could be this whole area, and you could have park benches, you could have more lights, you could just go crazy. This is one of the reasons I wanted to get the Blackstone craftable, because once you start paving the ground with Blackstone, it will go fast. This shovel is dangerous. Just as a proof. Oop. Oop. Don't want dirt. And then what I'm thinking for, let's see, framed. Did I? Yeah, I said frame slabs. Let's get a few of those. And then these, what I'm thinking is using these two, and then let's see what I'm thinking of here in a second. And go normal slabs. Okay, so remember, regular, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, but using these, there's 3 squares. Like that. Okay. Trodden, sanded, eroded. Where's my eroded? There it is. Sanded. There. I mean, to the scale of Minecraft, there's not a lot of choice as far as like how wide the lanes are going to be or what, whatever. But in terms of getting it to work. Now you could make a case for switching which side the white line is on. Because this one is 5.5 and this one's only 4. So if I swapped the red line, or if I swapped the white,
And it's too bad there's not one like right in the middle, but then of course you'd want the chunks to be odd so that you can have odd number, it can be right in the middle. But then there's instances where you want to, or an even number in chunks. So the moral of the story is you can never win.
yeah, very, very difficult. There's good use for it being even, and some use for it to be odd, and some use for it to be neither. There. It's a little bit. It's just a little bit more center. I like that one better. I like it in that spot better. But yeah, it uses so much material. Especially slabs. Oh. Oh. Oh, oops. Yep. My brain was like, should I click? I was like, clean up my hotbar first. Now I should do this. So, what's cool about this particular wand is wherever you're looking on the block and you right click to place the framed blocks, that's how it decides the orientation of all of them. So it will place all the blocks with the same orientation as how you're looking, which is really, really handy. God damn this. It's so easy. This shovel is just crazy. So this one would be, normal like this. But we would need... I believe we want a crosswalk. We would need... Is it 3 or 4? 3. Click random thing. Not wise. Still dropping frames. 187,000 frames. 50% of my frames I've dropped. I mean, it's better than the... What was it before? Like 63% before? So...
Yeah.
But still bad.
Wasn't there a time where you hit 80%?
I don't
Or
think it
am I
ever got
thinking
that
wrong?
high.
Okay.
But, you know, just a couple of streams ago, we were at 0%. So I don't know, honestly, like what controls it. It doesn't seem to be consistent. So I'm at a loss, I guess. All right. My intention was. There's one shape that I've found thus far in this frame blocks that doesn't exist. And that is the outside corner stairs. Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, it automatically does it?
It automatically does it.
Nice.
Well, that's news to me.
I guess it makes sense because they probably just use the same algorithm as the stairs, and the stairs do that.
Right, but the frame blocks were like, you know, these are the shapes you have, and there's no indication that no, there's more shapes. You can do more shapes. Oh shit.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Luckily, my shovel can literally work on any for any block. Netherite on any block. I could literally just all of my tools. I could just use my shovel. But I don't want to. Okay, I think. Three. Gotta be careful. Yay. It's looking like a thing. Actually looking like it's a thing that is built. Like you could use it for a road. We don't have any of the mods that would allow you to make a car. I mean, you could technically use phantom rails and do a whole thing. Although having it on the bottom, like the bottom slab, that would be kind of gnarly because the even the phantom rails would be placed on the top, so yeah, it would just wouldn't look very good. Um, but wow, does this use a lot of? We really could use. A mod that fills in these blocks with whatever's in your hotbar. Being able to just right click one of these and have it randomly select the blocks just like you do builds. I don't know what you'd have to detect that you're looking at a slab from frame like a framed block, and then you would just whatever routine places the block into the slab or into the framed block, whatever function call they have there, you just randomly select a block out of your hotbar and just spider it along. It wouldn't be hard or complex, but it would be a challenge.
Finding all the right things to get it to work.
Yeah, because you would have to interface yourself with framed blocks, and I don't know enough about the system to know if you could dynamically link a library at runtime, depending on what mods are installed. Like you'd have to be like, oh, framed blocks is installed, therefore load the resources, right? You'd have to somehow cast a variable to be that, and yeah, I don't know how to do any of that shit. My programming knowledge is very limited, and unfortunately, I'm a very much the kind of person that learns by example, and there's just not a lot of examples out there. And when I do find a good example of something, it's usually like 10 times more complex than what I'm looking for. Like, oh, you wanna learn how to build an array? Okay, here's this 200 line example project that builds an array, but also creates a database and interfaces, and it's like you can't find a clean, concise, tight example of just a single process in programming. It has to have 50 other things that it does, which is just annoying. All right. Put all this stuff away just to take the tough. Rather tough. Sanded. Eroded. Weathered. Hey, Colton Garcia, how's it going? What are you doing? He says. Doing things, just chilling, building, just kind of flexing those creative muscles. as much as possible. Just kind of trying out different building ideas, thinking about like how to do this kind of build in Vintage Story. I think that I don't know. There something could be said for like how to design something. Like how do you enforce like a need for building like this in a game? I think it would be hard.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's a lot more fun building stuff that solves a problem. Right? If I'm building something in the game and it's solving a specific problem, it's much more enjoyable to build in that case. Same with like Vintage Story and stuff. It's like it is nice being able to build stuff and you know, solving a certain problem and doing it in a way that's fashionable, right? You build a nice little structure and all that kind of stuff. But we quickly run into an issue in games like this that the builds don't usually take as much space as you think they do. Like I have this giant ass factory in here, right? And it is a fraction of it is full. Mainly because I built a giant basement. It's mostly down here. Because I like to have it like exposed. A lot of people build and they hide all of the wires and they hide all the cables and they hide all of that. And I like seeing the factory. When it's all hidden away, it's for one 4 times harder to debug if you have a problem, and it's harder to expand or augment the system in some way. It's just it just adds an extra challenge or an extra amount of time that it takes to do stuff with. And I like to keep it all so I can see exactly what's going where. So that's why I usually put everything in a basement. Anyway, yeah, we're pretty much at the end game. Like we don't need to automate anything. Everything is basically done. Now it's just like, do you want to build? Are you an actual builder that likes to make things? Me personally, my play style, I get more enjoyment out of the automation part of it, setting up the AE system, setting up all the machines, getting everything going, and that progression, right? You start with a furnace and a crafting table, and that progression that you go through, power systems, AE, getting all the stuff automated. By the time you're done, you literally can auto-craft whatever you want. And I understand there's a lot of people out there that's kind of, the game just sort of falls off after that. And I totally get that. Because then, if that's what you enjoy doing and then you get done, it's like, okay, what is there left? What is there left to do? So yeah, it is what it is. Okay, I think the slab, where is it at? There they are. So we're going 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. And there's ample amount of tutorials out there on how to automate AE, how to automate mechanism, how to build reactors, how to do this, how to do that. There's far fewer tutorials out there about how to build structures, because part of it is because it's kind of subjective. People typically build what they like, and there's no one size fits all design structure. And there's definitely people that will stream themselves building a structure, designing a structure. But I've been watching a lot of Minecraft content in the last several months, and it's far less prevalent. And oh wow, it's amazing how many slabs it takes. It's amazing. I just used like 700 slabs.
Oof.
So like the random, like placing these blocks, like filling in the framed blocks with a set of blocks manually it's hard to get sort of the sporadic random look. It's actually hard. It takes a lot of practice, and even this is, there's still a little pattern to this that it is fine. It looks fine. I'm quite happy with it. And there's a certain thing to say that the buildings themselves don't look too good, but I could have picked the blocks a little bit better. But yeah, it would be nice to get some help just filling in these frame slabs. Because there is a lot of these.
Using a wand to place them down?
No, you can't. That's why I was like, I wish there was a mod that allowed you to fill in the slabs randomly.
I see.
Just isn't.
I meant just placing them.
Oh, yes, you can place the frame slabs down, and they will place based on where you're looking. So it will place all of them according to how you look at the block that you use the wand on. So you can mass place the framed blocks. It's the filling of the framed blocks that's tedious. It's just like, it just takes forever to do. So when you see like a Minecraft is like giant build and they've got all sorts of things, there's a lot of time spent on that stuff. A lot. So yeah, it's pretty intense amount of work. Any amount of build. And as I was saying before, all the little decorations and all the little bits and bombs that you can see some people build. Mr. Beardstone is actually really good at all the little, like deco that goes around. He's really good at that, but I'm guessing it took him a long time and a lot of practice to have an eye for it. Plus, it's also being aware of what blocks and what bits and bobs you have around. Like, there are so many available options when it comes to like blocks. Like, what do you use? Yeah, it's very, very rough. Just not really knowing what's out there, what's available.
Hello.
Yeah, and there's a Vehos.
Heavy house. Speaking of block options, I heard in Vintage Story the new version they have a whole bunch of different colored bricks now.
Yeah, they added a huge amount of brick. And another type of clay.
Yeah.
They added red clay. So there's blue clay, there's fire clay, and then there's red clay. I haven't really gotten into the weeds on it yet. Just got all my mods updated, so
Yeah. I saw somebody's doing a big series on Vintage Story, so I'm watching a few of the episodes, but I'm trying to avoid any of the like new monsters and stuff. I've caught glimpses of them, but
yeah, there's. I've unfortunately spoiled it for myself because in updating the mods, I had to kind of go through and add a bunch of stuff. But yeah, one of them is I don't know where it spawns or under what conditions. But I think it's part of the newly added lore. So the Resident Archive is like the first step in the lore, right? You go to the Resident Archive, and then there's something after that, and that's the new thing that they added. So I'm thinking the mob that they added is like the main mob of the new area that you have to go to, and I don't know. Again, I don't know what conditions or where or what, but it is crazy. Because I opened the 3D shapefile and I was like, what is this thing? And I just couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, no way. No way.
nice.
Basically their answer to the Ender Dragon. Like if you think of like
Ah,
how do you compete against the Ender Dragon? And so it's insane. You know. Yeah. Very cool looking though. Like brilliant look. But terrifying.
snicker, but terrifying.
It's definitely but terrifying. All right.
I'll help you fill in some of these blocks, but you'll have to give me the names of them.
Well, it's for one, they're all blackstone, but it's
Yeah.
trodden, eroded, and sanded. Those are the variants. Trodden, eroded, and sanded. And there's crafting recipes in the system for them. And it's all. Yeah, you can just sort of zone out and just be like, just kind of randomly.
Do you want like a what's that?
Nothing. Like what were you gonna say?
Do you want like a certain ratio or anything like that, or just
It's
try
if
to
you
make it as
just
random as
just
possible?
look at what I've done and get as close to that as possible. You know, you have because it's a minimum amount of variance. You don't have a lot. There's obviously no bricks. So you're not going to get a huge variance. Use trodden sparingly. So sanded and eroded are you probably use, if I were to look, 3 times the amount of sanded and eroded. And then trodden is sort of, it's there to sort of break it up and then add sort of like a look of maybe a part that's a little rougher, maybe a little pothole. So it's, the intention there is that it's just to kind of break up the sanded and eroded a little bit, but very sparing.
I'm gonna start at the other end here and just kind of pilot a way of placing them and let you say yea or nay.
Yeah, I mean it just takes a little bit of practice. And even then it's, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's not by any means, you know, important enough to sweat over it. So I'm sure whatever you do will be fine. Just avoid as many straight lines and uniform placement as possible. Almost like, imagine Tetris, only just random shapes. Instead of the same shapes over and over and over again, just like, you know, little crazy little shapes here. There's little veins of eroded and veins of sanded. And, oh,
Which on a road they would tend to be kind of straight lined a little more.
yeah. I mean, if you really wanted to go realistic with it, you could make like the wheel wells a little lighter in color, or I can't remember, is it darker or lighter? I can't remember what the wheel. I think they're lighter in color. But I'm not going for like a driven in effect. Just an asphalt, sort of an asphalt.
Yeah.
Trodden. Another couple hundred of those. Sanded. Get a couple hundred of those. Because it takes them a hot minute to actually craft. Because
Yeah, sorry,
those saws are just not very fast. I like that the, you know, Foxy did the recipes and stuff that allow you to automate those, but I wish there was like another way to do it. Okay, I have enough. It's more sand.
So yeah, as you can see here, I was just kind of grabbing one of them, placing all of those down that I planned on doing, and then coming in and filling in with the rest.
Yeah, there's many different strategies that you could.
Yeah.
Oh. Yay.
I can definitely discern that there was a difference in the way we placed them down, but different wear.
This, I need a cheeky little. Think this. So this is going to be like a driveway. One of the things you want to avoid is walking, the way that you're placing them. The pattern exists because you're walking in straight lines placing blocks. Right? So if you look at the area that you did, like most of like the troddens are in the center because you walk down one lane and then you walk down the other lane. And that's where you get the pattern. So that's why it's like, when I say it's like really hard to be random, that's why, because your brain, like the human brain, for some reason rejects random, and it tries to pull patterns out of everything that you're doing. So it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near going to go for any kind of as close to perfection as you're doing.
So I think in this case, what we could do is sort of simulate a driveway. All of this power gen over here is going to have to come down. I think over here we're gonna have framed. One of these. Because remember, this is going to be like that. And then like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, I just remembered. These are slabs. I don't need these. I don't need these things here. Already going to be slabs. Oops. And then we have stairs again. Bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, we're at 49% drop frames today on the dot.
Strange.
Now, yeah, all of this stuff is going to have to move out. Mud? Where did mud come from? Interesting. And where, oh, where? There they are. test something. Every time I see this, it's different. So, but somebody said, like, if you do 3 up and then 1 over, right? This would. I don't know if the orientation, if it has to be, northeast south. I don't know if that's the case, but let's get some bone meal. Hmm. Hmm. It's not working. Okay, so maybe. There it is. Okay, you get a big tree that way. Come over here. Try that again. See what I mean? I don't know if it has anything to do with where it grows, like it's growing out this way, and if I put that on the other side, it would grow out this way. But I was wondering why this grass wasn't growing. It's because the ship is up there.
Ah,
Like, why isn't this grass growing? It's like, oh yeah, there's a ship up there. It's killing the light levels. There. Renegade chair has been AFK a while.
yeah. Long enough to get put in timeout.
Why? This way. Yeah, it seems if you're facing north, it needs to be on the south. What is that? Southeast corner. Seems to be the only square that causes it. I don't know how the algorithm would determine that, but
Talking about growing the bigger oak trees.
yeah, the trick.
I find if you just put 3 blocks next to it, 3 blocks tall, and then grow it, it'll do it too.
I've seen it actually 3 different ways. That way, I've seen it. Somebody describing it. The way that I did it, where it's a kitty corner, like a corner block, 3 blocks up. And the other way was like 2 blocks up and 1 block over. Like I've seen it like so many different ways. I don't know exactly what the algorithm does. To actually do it, so I can only guess what causes it. All right, so the raw food chest should be removed. Take this backpack. This is, by the way, why I left windows open. Just fly through them. Your cannon seems to have stopped over here. Missing item, encased chain drive. Oh, now it's missing oak drawers. Oh, blasphemy. Oak drawers. Oh, Lord. That's blasphemy. Trying to avoid that.
Hi, back.
He's back now.
Whoa,
Everybody
Jesus.
quiet.
That was a while. I mean, we missed you.
Sure you did.
Hey, just be lucky you're not at bedrock. In lava. With a bunch of creepers around. Well, you do have a bunch of creepers around, but we're not green. Okay, do this. Put a bunch of stuff away and then get some tuff. So my sidewalks and stuff, sanded, tough again, eroded, a little bit of weathered, but no trodden. Weathered is trodden. It's just too it's just too different. Yeah, it's just too different. Whoa! Don't accidentally click that. So the leaves, are these the leaves? Yeah. So botany with leaves. I need my shears. Kind of what I want to do. Do we have any leaves? Nope. No. What? Ooh. I just remembered something. Yep. I need a crosswalk here too. Crosswalk here, but not one over here. So we need. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, those are. Why? I don't understand why the framed blocks don't work well with the Sphax texture pack. I just don't understand that. It's weird. How is that off? Cobblestone wall? A little better. I was hoping it would be wider. That's what I was hoping. Mm-hmm. think the path use kind of as a offset. Like the city comes through, makes the street, makes the sidewalk, and then the company or whoever owns the land can then branch off of that however they want. So having too much of the path makes everything look like and then I wonder if there's a mod out there somewhere that adds a sort of street light thing. Yeah, because this is just ugly as sin. nasty looking. Um, is there potentially hmm, so what are the odds that this what? Not what I wanted to do. Whoops. That's what I want to do. Don't know of a way to turn those off during the day. finally we've got something back here. And believe it or not, there's traffic lights. There's literally traffic lights. The factory must grow adds traffic lights of all things. I have no idea how these things work. I don't think I've ever seen anybody build them in their videos. So let's see. I'm just gonna clear all the gubbins out of my. There we go. Okay, and then we do here, and we have traffic lights, framed glass, aluminum, smelting, crushed aluminum, block of bauxite. When powered. Ooh, cool. So, okay, so let's encode that. And then framed glass is a stone cutting recipe from glass. So that's easy. Oh yeah, there's all the different colors of red stained glass, orange stained glass, green stained glass. Glass panes are automated. So red, do red, yellow. Oh, it says orange. It should be yellow, but whatever. And green. Okay. Look at that thing is a rough recipe. Jesus. Electric casing. It's used in quite a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah, a lot of stuff. Okay. I'm thinking, yeah, steel plate. So electric casing, heavy machinery casing is a heavy plate. Which is a steel going through 3 presses. This is going to be a little bit more complex than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, the copper things here. That is fine. Encode that. So that wire. Click on this. Wire is something we can do. Capacitor. Nickel, plastic. Okay. I have a feeling we're not going to be able to do this. If we need plastic for this and it's not or dictionaried, yeah, it's not or dictionary. Forge ingots plastic. Interesting. TFMG's plastic is tagged. It's like one of the only things in the entire mod that is. Um, and then neither pneumatic craft. Well, forge colon plastic. Yeah. So they're not the same tag. This is ingot / plastic. This is just plastic. So yeah, plastic I'm assuming is going to be a crazy production. Yeah, propylene or ethylene. Which is distillation from naphtha. Oh God. Oh my Lord. Yep. That is a crazy crafting chain. Because naphtha comes from more distillation, where you get LPG, gasoline, kerosene, diesel, and heavy oil. And each of these use, oh Lord. Lubricant and diesel. So you would need many, many distillation towers. Right? So all of these components, naphtha, you would need on. So let's say this crude oil, that's one. That's a big one. You get 5 outputs. The next one, naphtha, is one of these, I think. Oh. Oh, so this one is just an alternate to the first one. So this is one giving us 6 outputs. Heavy oil, so that's a second one of these. Naphtha is a third. So you'd need 3 distillation setups. And then you'd have to figure out like what to do with all these. So if you're going for plastic, you want propylene and ethylene because each one of those can make plastic. Propylene and ethylene. Cooling fluid. I don't know what you would need this for. But if you want these two and you just want naphtha, which means you have to do this one to get the naphtha. But the other thing, heavy oil, yeah, I guess you would probably LPG. What is this used for? Well, this you could make pneumatic craft plastic with, believe it or not. That's funny. And this plastic is not compatible with. So LPG basically have to probably have to just burn away. Gasoline, I mean, you could burn gasoline, kerosene. Yeah, I mean they are sort of tagged or dictionary. Diesel, heavy oil could split, and then lubricant is what's used to make all the engines. And then the gasoline and all the other things you could use to fuel motors and make power go burr. But it would be very handy if the create set of mods were the only mods in the entire pack. Right? If we didn't have Mechanism right now producing over 200 million RF per tick, then yeah, the turbine engines, the burning of the fuels would be great. But I didn't really get into Factory Must Grow. I kind of added it to see what their pump jacks and stuff would look like. It wasn't as robust as I was hoping to see it. It wasn't as cool as immersive petroleum. The person did a good job. I'm not going to minimize their efforts, but not really what I was looking for in terms of oil, what kind of oil process. The immersive petroleum was much more in line with what I want to do than rotational or a mechanical power is great, but like this, what's weird about this thing, right? The energizer. For some reason, you need to supply it power, which is understandable, but for some reason, you need to apply it rotational force too. That makes no sense. It literally just charges things up. Fans, of course, I understand, but motors just make that just so much easier. Slow that down. save a few ticks. But yeah, I was hoping to build a traffic light, but goddamn, those things are expensive. I would need to get into a whole mess of distillation and stuff to try to tackle that. But that's looking lived in now. It actually looks like this little corner right here is, active. Factory like. That's what I was going for. Austin's over here doing something. Are you surveying the land? You're muted, I think, because I can't hear if you're speaking.
Oh, shoot. I must have sneezed or coughed or something. Forgot about it. Yeah, I'm over here doing nothing, just observing.
Supervising.
Yep. Most important job of them all, says every supervisor.
Yeah. Supervising is important, says the supervisor.
It's like if you ever get called into the HR office and they ask you the question, "How important is your job?" Very is always the only answer. Or, well, there's better ones, obviously, like, actually detailing stuff. But
I watched a video yesterday. So one of the channels that pops up into my feed once in a while, what's really funny, is he's an HR guy. He's been in HR his whole career, and he just talks about like interview strategies, practices, like how to answer certain common questions. What they're actually looking for, stuff like that. I mean, it's handy information. And the video I watched was the fact that like 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 of the Gen Z going into the workforce are fired within the first year, within a year of being hired, sometimes within just a few months. And this trend is so out of the norm. It's like there's actually reports on this and studies on it. That's like, why is this happening? And so they surveyed huge swaths of HR managers. Number one reason, over 50%, was the person was just entitled. They came in with, and we're talking like recent grads, like right out of college. You graduate college, you go your first job out of college, and like some of the interviews they were doing were like they expected to be promoted within 6 months of being hired with zero experience. Right? And so you get a generation in there that's just like they don't understand how jobs work. They don't understand how work works. And then the person running the channel was like, let's look at some videos. He goes, if you think that if you have a social media presence, if you don't think that your managers are keeping track of your social media posts, he goes, you are woefully mistaken. He goes, they are absolutely keeping a watch on your feed. And there have been people who are fired because, they just basically video themselves not doing anything at work and bragging about it and then they're fired, and then it's just like, yeah,
But why?
that's what happens. And this one video was just astonishing. This girl was probably 25, right out of college, 24, 25. And she's like, yeah, I graduated with my degree in accounting, and I got my first job, and and she just went around and around about how she was quote unquote mistreated. And she goes, I realize that I really don't like accounting. And she goes, yeah, so I was fired from that job. And she goes, my next job was another accounting job. And I'm like, you realize you didn't like accounting, and then you go get another job in accounting. And so she was fired from that job. And then she's like, yeah, I was fired with, 2 jobs within a year, fired from both. I'm like, holy Jesus. And then she gets a 3rd job, and then again in accounting.
Oh, man.
And she's like, yeah, I didn't really like that company, so I went ahead and quit that job. And I'm like, 3 jobs in like 2 years. You don't think that's a red flag on your resume?
Yeah.
Crazy attitudes. And the other video, one of the videos he showed was this chick like recording herself getting fired over the phone. And just minimizing the person on the phone was like, yeah, we show you clocked in on this date. You clocked in 12 minutes late. And she's like, ooh, 12 minutes. She's like, yeah, and we talked about that. And then, 9 days later, you clock in 21 minutes late. And we had a discussion on that again. And the little chick was like, oh, 21 whole minutes. And she's like, yeah, but you have an entire team of people waiting on you for that. Like, this is company time that people are waiting. And she goes, yeah. And then like 7 days later, you clock in 32 minutes late. So we're going to go ahead and terminate your employment right now. And the person on the phone was just like playing the victim. And it was just like, as if showing up on time was like, I don't know. So yeah, from everything that I've seen, a lot of HR people in the survey, and he covered the survey, was like HR managers, like almost universally, are like, college grads need a lesson in work etiquette and performance. And it's like, it's really fascinating what's going on right now in the workforce. And like 1 out of 7 HR managers surveyed said they were not going to hire somebody directly out of college this year, 2020. 1 out of 7. Now, if you think about that, 1 out of 7, little under 20%. It's like what, 12%? Well, if you cover that across the board, across the whole country, across every position, imagine what, like, the number of jobs, the thousands of jobs that results in just not being hired because the generation just doesn't know work ethic. They just have no work ethic. So it's really fascinating to me watching videos like that. Just because it's really interesting what the generations and the way they think and the way they act and what their mentality is and what their attitudes are. And yeah, to me it's fascinating. I mean, somebody might be like, that's boring as hell. It's like, yeah, I understand that. But anyway, I just thought that was really fascinating. Like 1 in 6 HR managers said, like, we fired somebody within a year of being a new college grad just because they just because they couldn't work. They didn't know like what the hell they were doing. Kind of has a path less traveled. Coarse dirt. So coarse dirt is nice because it doesn't, grass won't grow over top of it. This was supposed to also be a loading bay, but I really don't want to do it over here.
So the enchanting area, is it less traveled because it's literally less traveled now, or
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I really wanted to get the building built before we dove into the enchanting thing, but I just didn't have the time.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I would have loved to get the whole thing done. Cause yeah, I showed that screenshot on stream here a while ago of the build I was kind of not replicating, but sort of just kind of doing what I could to pull little details out that I could find. I'm not 100% sure they built it in Minecraft. It just, some of the block gradients just didn't look right for a single block game. But yeah, this, I basically put this here to maybe help ARM build their dome, but I don't think she's played in a while.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think part of that's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm sure. Stuff happens.
Yeah.
What is it? Huh? What is it? Another after another nap on the bed, she's out here again, going, "Hey, I have hair that I've shed that you need to apply to yourself."
Because logic.
Yeah. Yeah. A little terror.
I'll be right back. My neighbor needs a hand with something.
Cool.
Such a good. I don't even know any.
Yeah. Our generation is a lot more closed off in that regard.
Well, trust is.
The only neighbor I know has been living next to my family for 30 years. The
Yeah.
other neighbor I knew moved. They got sick of the taxes and stuff, so they sold their business and moved.
Oof.
Yeah, that state is pretty bad.
And that's why we're trying to. Vamonos.
Cat, you can't just. Hundreds of times. She's like, "Yeah, I've got you trained pretty well."
That's about it.
hell outside. Shedding like crazy. I was talking to my dad the other day, and I was like, I wish they could figure out how the hell a cat can shed as much as they do without looking bald. So I was like, I obviously would love to know how that functionality works because I have pulled and vacuumed so much fur off this cat, and if I had dropped that much hair, I would even be more bald than I am. So how the hell can they do it? Let's crack that code. Oh yeah, I was gonna do another crosswalk. What's interesting is I'm pretty sure this like the framed blocks mod. I'm pretty sure it would be possible to do it in Vintage Story, but the issue is you don't need to because you have the chisel mechanic, and you can literally have a block that has 20 different materials. Like a single block, you can have 20 different materials.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just don't need. All right. Well, the next big question that I would love feedback on, anybody, um, is what to stream next. Like,
Oh, my votes are probably either Vintage Story, which you might not be ready to delve into yet, or Gen Zero.
Gen Zero
But
would definitely be um I mean that would be quite the departure from what we've been playing the last 6 months.
Yeah. Although I wouldn't be opposed to a mega production Factorio.
Yeah, an Uber production Factorio. I mean, it wouldn't be that many streams. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
Wow, there's some serious lag. That's true. Oh. Yeah,
You want me to kill the train?
this train is. It's just like. Ooh. I just rode the train down to my basement. Pretty late. Maybe it's only when you ride it it's laggy, but because you have to, entity is moving, but whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be slowing you down overall. It's just when you're riding it that's.
It's the start and stop at the station.
Well, it's in movement in general. It's the fact that you have entities moving, and that every time an entity moves, it has to blast to all the players to update the entity position. Anytime entities move in the game, you are broadcasting packets to all the players, right, to update the entity position. So it's a little bit different than a machine simulating, because the data of that machine, yes, whether it's on or off, can be updated to the clients. But the contents, what it has, is usually only updated when you open the machine and you look at it. Then it's broadcasting like the inventory to you. But an entity, anytime an entity is moving, it has to sync that up with all of the clients. So a train running or a contraption, whatever it is, that's the linchpin of Create, and what causes even more lag than conveyor belts is when you have a lot of vehicles and entities moving around. It is crushing on the tick rate, because it has to broadcast. If you want to see a train go by you, as cool as that is, that has every frame that has to tell you exactly where that train is. And if you get behind the server, then you're going to get rubber banding, and that's where rubber banding is if the packets are just not getting to you. So as far as like network saturation goes, and network on servers, entity movement is devastating to servers. So it's okay to have a few of them around. That's fine. But if you have a multiplayer server where you have tons of people, like, and tons of vehicles, like Foxy or Mr. Beardstone's previous Let's Play series, where they had tons of trains and vehicles, right? They would build like a little truck, and they would have the truck rolling around on all their streets, and that looks cool. Don't get me wrong, it looks awesome, but it is devastating to the game. Minecraft is just not built for that amount of updates. So very few games would be able to handle entities moving on that scale, right? So it's not just Minecraft. It is rough, programmatically speaking, and data packets and stuff like that. It's rough, moving that much data. Even in vintage engineering, I'm having to be very cognizant of how much I am updating the entities from the server to the client. Right? The functionality of that in vintage engineering or vintage story is marking it dirty. When you mark something dirty, you can choose whether or not to rebroadcast the data to the client. And I'm having to pay more attention to when I am and when I'm not, because it's believe it or not, you could easily saturate even a pretty high level trunk line depending on how many updates per tick you're trying to send. So this is one of the reasons, like Fortresscraft Evolved. Fortresscraft Evolved was done the way that they had the ticking in the back end. You had a rendering thread, which was ticking, 60 times a second. But then his low frequency thread, he had an entirely different thread called his low frequency. And that is where all the machine updates were. And that's what gave me the idea of the optimization at Vintage Engineering, where the update rate is different than the rendering rate. Simulating a machine 60 times a second is pointless. It's not fast enough to process. So slowing that down to a reasonable level is very beneficial.
Yeah, that's one reason why a lot of games go with processing like positioning and stuff like that locally. Each client does that because then you can avoid the need to update everybody. But then, of course, the problem in that is that you can then get desyncs.
Yeah, it's a tough decision. Like, what do you think? What don't you think? Or how often?
Yeah.
What's mission critical? What is so important to sync that you have to do it more often? And the more of that there is in a game, the harder it is to play. Largely depending on things and stuff, venerable things and stuff. But yeah, I really wish I could find some help on Vintage Engineering. I'm not looking forward to tackling the next set of issues. I just don't have the same amount of experience as what would help me.
I certainly hope some more people join on board because I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I tried. I really tried to get somebody else. I tried to convince the person maintaining the electricity mod. It's the charger. So the person that gave me the charger to use is the same person doing that mod. Right.
Oh.
And so they have some wicked cool looking shapes in 3D, like they phenomenally good. And so I was like, is there any way that we could like collaborate? Like, let's work together, combine our forces and just make something even better. Right. And they just had their vision for what they were doing and how they wanted to tackle it. And that's, so that electricity system is more in line with a block-based wire system, right? So you have basically like flux ducts, right? So instead of being hovering in the air, it's on the ground. So it's still a block-based system. And I actually contemplate. I consider doing a power system because it's so much fucking easier, so much easier to code a block based wiring system because it's It's literally like you have physical. You have actual block spaces, right? You have actual block positions of wires that don't change unless you break it, and it's much easier splitting and merging networks when you have a physical block of wire that you can manage. With immersive engineering, right, you have the ethereal wire that you're connecting between 2 points. Right? You have the ethereal wire here where you have this hard point, this is a block, and this hard point where this is a block, but the wire connection in between isn't really there, right? It's being rendered there, but there's no block. There's no block position that you could place that's like this is this wire, because it's the 3D object is generated and it is placed and textured, but the wire itself is not a block position, and so it's more virtual. The wire much harder to get right and to debug, because it's like and it's much harder to like validate the network, because those connections have to be staved. So this thing is storing these connections, right? It has to store those connections in it. And how do you do that? Well, I don't have really much experience at all with doing stuff like this. And I looked at the code for immersive engineering, and God help me trying to find how they did it. It's the mod itself is way too abstract. It's nearly impossible to follow how they did it. It would take me weeks of just going line by line, object to object, with like trying to map it all out to try to figure out how they even did it. So it's like a person who's already solved this problem could go into Vintage Story and be like, "Here's a weekend. This is the system." My brain just isn't wired like that. I don't really have a lot of experience with it. So for me, kind of hacking away at it, it's been difficult. So yeah, the electricity mod is got a lot more robust stuff in it, because they're able to just plop down wire blocks and 90% of the work is done for you. Whereas I have to like virtually go in and be like, all right, what is this block connected to? And spider my way, basically like almost do like a web crawl through the network to figure out where things are. And it's a lot easier for it to go wrong in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, they're just, I don't know, they just weren't interested in joining forces. And I was like, man, we could have. Oh, there's the other train. I want to ride this train. Oh. This seems like a safe place to ride this train. Right in the front. Put on some goggles.
Heck yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? You wouldn't get any bugs in your. Yeah, here's the lag. Here's the positioning. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Right, we're stopping over here. Let's go. What's your wait time at these stations?
If nobody's on the train, it's 5 minutes. If there's somebody on the train, it's 20 seconds.
Oh, well, yeah, we're already off.
Oh, and to answer your question from a while ago there, Spy, hey, how you doing? I think we're all doing all right.
Hanging in there. not only is it having to load in chunks, now we're out in the boonies. Oh, there goes.
Surprisingly, riding the train's a good way to collect XP.
It's also a good way to collect mob drops. Eggs and rotten flesh and all sorts of things. We even hit a sheep. Oh, there goes a cow. Holy Moses, look at this place. Oh, man. Nice. Where does it go after here? Does it continue on?
Where are you?
I'm at the towns?
Yeah. It goes to two initial towns, and then one's is the mansion, and then the final is the ancient city.
Hell, that was a flying archer. Honeyed archer.
Boy, those things sure unveil the chunks pretty quick.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. It'd be crazy if you like one of the motivations to hook up towns with trains is that the town would start growing. Could you imagine a game that does that? Sort of like mixes the voxel Minecraft with something like Transport Fever. Where
Yeah.
When you hook up oh, there's a pig. Wait. Oh. Hooking up towns in Transport Fever, the town just starts naturally growing. Could not imagine doing that in a 3D Minecraft. The algorithms that you would need. Oh, there's a skelly. Man, this is a crazy... This is a crazy amount of track. These are all double track, too. Like, crazy.
Oh, we're at the mansion. And then your next stop will be where I'm at, which is the ancient city. I have yet to go in that mansion. I just found it on my way to the ancient city and was like, hey, it looks like a good stop.
Hit that on the my way. There's a wolf chasing a baby skeleton. Glorious. Smacked in the face. Switch. Yeah, this is the first time I've even been out here uncovering terrain that I've never seen before. This is it's an interesting path. Phew. Wee. Lab visit number 4 today. Yeah. Number 4. After a boop and some zooming. Ancient city. Was this the ancient city we hit, or is this a different one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was the one we hit.
I don't know. I didn't find any tunnels going down to it, so I don't know. I just used a compass and found it. Apparently, there's one to the west, southwest of here. I was thinking about making a track out that way too.
Wee. Oh. This needs to be a portal or something. Why did they do a structure like this and not make it a portal? Are they planning on making it a portal?
Right?
It's bizarre to
somebody
me.
made a mod that makes it a portal.
Yeah, I knew about that. I don't know what mod it is, but I knew that there was a mod that did it. But it was weird that they introduced this like ancient city, this whole thing, and this structure individually. Like, oh shit, I really. You're the bird. I do. But my house is ready. Oh. I'll go take a peek at that mansion.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if there was a way that you could set it so that, like, you could press a button or whatever and it would call the train to the station. I haven't figured it out yet if there is a way to do that or not. So it, like, skips all the stations and then goes straight to the one that you're at. I was also trying to figure out a way to get to skip the station if it's not chunk loaded. But
Well, it doesn't have to be chunk loaded. Trains will operate without being chunk loaded somehow. None of it has to be loaded.
yeah, I know. But I figured for, like, time's sake, for the city area where we actually have it chunk loaded, that way it would be more if somebody wanted to go.
Anything cool in the city? Why are they all birds? They're all bird persons. He jumps into my lap, purrs like crazy, and then jumps in. And days I'm not streaming, she'll literally sit in my lap for like 5 hours straight. Right, I want to get a mob. Mob imprisonment tool. All right, is there a front door to this thing? There is? Yes, there is.
I like the upward inflection initially there, like it's a question. There is.
Ow, sir.
And they're all empty.
Pumpkins and things. Oh, Vindicator. You.
Another Vindicator. Vindicator.
Kill these things.
Bastard. Oh, Evoker.
Die a horrible death, you stupid thing.
Found another Evoker.
Killed two of them.
So you don't need me to capture him?
I got one.
Okay.
Got one. We got one.
Oh, look, another one. Jeez. They're everywhere.
Wait, what? Is there a basement to this place? There is. Alleys are friendly.
All right, I think the puppy needs to go outside again. I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, yeah, we're in the jail cell. We're in the prison. Tried to imprison it and it took the tool. If I remember correctly, there's a block of emerald in this thing. Ooh, stairs. That go nowhere. Oh.
Chest at the end. It's a weird way, you know. I don't know if anybody's basement does that. A big shrine to themselves in the basement. Another big shrine.
Yeah, I think these are the ones that have the emerald block in them.
Lapis.
Oh, lapis.
Let's see. Nada.
Lapis.
Man, go through all of this and all the mobs and all of that, only to find Lapis? Like, that would suck.
Well, sometimes they have a hidden. I heard.
Wait, that wasn't even a basement? Matthew the pig thief.
Let's Sometimes they have hidden rooms in them and stuff like that. But
Probably a lot of clear out the upstairs properly. I think we did. Maybe. Is there an attic? Oh yeah, this is all the holes are. I was trying to fight off all the vexes that were spawning. The attic? No. Nice.
have you found any of the apotheosis like world boss mobs or anything like that? Like special dungeon that creates, I think.
I've probably come across a few. I mean, their boss. Yeah, I've killed many of their bosses that spawn. Underground, you can find spawn rooms, and it'll spawn one when you get close. I mean, it looks like it looks like a spawner, like a normal mob spawner. And then when you get close, it disappears and converts into a population. So
Right. Supposedly there's, at least there used to be, I don't know if there is anymore, but there used to be like mini dungeons that it created that were bigger than that, just that little room, and made it specifically like heavy hitter bosses. At least that's what it was supposed to be. They were supposed to be designed for you to already have apotheosis buffs and stuff on you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Holy cow! Look at all the enchantment books in here. Jesus. There is, I want to say, a certain dungeon type. I don't know what mod spawns it in though. I wish I did because it's really cool looking. But it has like many layers. I mean, it's a really simple top, but then you go underneath and it's like layers, and then like the bottom layer is like a nether layer, and it's like netherrack and lava and all of that, and the enemies are like much higher. I thought it was apotheosis, but I don't know because I don't think I've found any.
I know what you're talking about.
But it's like, yeah, it's really simple on the surface, and then it's frozen, snowy stuff. Seals. Oh, jeez. Evil. Evil. Well, these things appear in a couple different variants. One variant has TNT in it, and the other variant doesn't. Wow, another flawless gem. Yeah, I wish I knew. I'm trying to head back home. Let's go this way. I mean, it might be a supplementary mod to Apotheosis. It might be something else. I don't know. Oh, start the rubber band. Slow it down. Interesting generation here. 2 different levels of water. You don't see that very often.
Come back.
Yeah, these don't go down. We need whatever one where you can go down. But I think this might be the one that has TNT. No? Maybe not. Well.
And welcome back, Death.
Ooh, we got
Only,
moose.
only downside to living around a lot of old neighbors.
Oh, needing to help him out.
Yeah, she had run out of oil today, and she just got new oil, and she doesn't know how to bleed the oil line out.
Ah. Oof.
Cut it. Let it bleed.
Reminded me of a story somebody was telling me. You know, somebody who knew a lot about cars kept getting asked by this guy, you know, how to do things, and you know, he's having some troubles. His engine was kind of almost clunking. It wasn't quite that bad, but she goes, "Oh well, you need to drain your oil." And the way she phrased it was, you know, drain your oil, not change your oil. Because from her perspective, you know, that goes without saying. But from his perspective, not knowing anything, well, he drained it. And he didn't put any back in. And He was upset when his car no longer ran.
Yeah, the statement "common sense" is a mystery to some people.
Yeah.
No longer common. You know, a lot of common knowledge is no longer common because you don't have to deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
Several years ago, a university here in this state, I think I've told this story before, but one of the universities, you know, we had a cold spell, as we have in the wintertime, and 3 university students, college students in the university, were sharing an apartment near the college. We got really cold, and so they thought they got, you know, their place got cold. So they brought in a barbecue grill, a charcoal barbecue grill, set it up in their living room, and fired it up.
Oh, God.
All 3 of them died of asphyxiation. All 3 of them died. 3 college students killed themselves because they didn't know burning shit releases CO2, and you like, I just look at them like, how are you 18, 19, 20 years old and you don't know that? Like, what in my life taught me that? Like, is this just a huge, like, what, you know, because it made me like think about like, where did I learn that knowledge? And
Yeah.
you know, part of it is like going out camping with my dad and the little lessons and the little things, and the other part was just, you know, understanding how stuff works, being curious and learning that stuff. Like, if I remember, you know, growing up, learning that some people just weren't curious about stuff. You know, they didn't want to know, or they just weren't interested in knowing how stuff works. Whereas I was always super curious. I was always like, how does this work? How does that work? Always trying to learn. And yeah, it was weird seeing people who were just like, I don't care. I'm like, what? How do you not care? Like, this is fascinating. Yeah, really interesting. But yeah, it's big. It was the whole college students thing. That was big news at the time. Like, you know, people were like, it's kind of a failure of the system when 3 college-age students end up, you know, unaliving themselves because they don't know that fire, burning stuff makes bad stuff that you want to not breathe. Because you go to bed, like, you have that thing burning and you go to bed, you don't wake up because you're still breathing, right? And it's such a slow process that one of the side effects of asphyxiation, that's a really hard word to say, by the way, if you're not used to saying asphyxiation, is you get tired. If you have a fireplace, or if you're around a campfire or whatever, and you start feeling really drowsy for really not an obvious reason, go get some fresh air. And I've done that a couple times in my apartment here, where I've had a time where the fire, you know, burns down enough where I start smelling a lot more smoke, and so I attend to it and stuff, and then I start feeling tired. I immediately go and open my front door. Like, I don't care how cold it is outside. I need to bring in a huge amount of air, and it warms it up pretty fast. I mean, the fire's going. It's not like it's freezing in here, but yeah, you start getting tired around a fire, you go get some fresh air immediately. Look at this, a little bee place. Sweet. Oh wow. Honeycomb. Woo! Some serious honey over here. What mod adds that?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the. Well, you go ahead because you're in the middle of something.
No.
Okay. The have you heard that trend of people cooling down, like their house, a room or their house or whatever, with dry ice?
Oh Jesus! Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Do they think
Is
it's
that one
actually
of those
ice?
Goes to?
Do they think it's
I
actually
haven't-
ice? Like,
I don't know.
wow.
I haven't heard of any incidents from it, but yeah.
That is just That's just playing with death. Like you're just, and not death as we're playing with him now, but that is.
I'm the more fun version.
Yeah, you're the version that doesn't end in funerals. That is crazy. Cooling with dry, like,
And just in case there aren't people who know this that are watching, dry ice is solid carbon dioxide.
yes. And it's cold because CO2 freezes at much lower temp. Ooh, I've actually got phantoms. It's the first phantoms I've had in a while.
Nice.
Although they're going after Vejas, so he might be the one.
I think it's around 40 below.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
I
offhand.
think it's a lot lower than that.
Yeah, I think it's
Like 130 something.
Yeah, it'll burn you if you touch it with your hand.
Oh,
I remember back in the day, like way back in the day, when I was in 6th grade, you could go to the grocery store and buy bricks of dry ice. And one of my 6th grade science projects had something to do with dry ice. And yeah, we just went to the grocery store and we bought like a brick of dry ice and brought it home. And yeah, minus 109. Yeah, it's chilly. And you go to parties and somebody would throw it in the toilet and it would just be like bubbling up. Well, all of that vapor that's coming off of it, that's pure CO2. Pure CO2. And if you have it in a room that's relatively sealed, you could displace all of the oxygen pretty quickly. Like it wouldn't take much. There was even a episode, I think it was either Criminal Minds or it was Elementary. I can't remember which one it was, but somebody the weapon of choice was CO2 or dry ice. They had dry ice and they used it to fill up somebody's room. Oh, wait. That's fire protection.
Trying to find the. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 109.2 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, Renegade put
Below.
it in chat.
Oh. My chat must be funky.
Up there. You hit T. Let you see it.
Gotcha. I was in vendors, so I couldn't see chat.
do like mending. That's an excellent enchantment. Much approved. Put some more music discs in there. Those in there. Those in there. Two flawless gems on there. Oh. Does anybody? I put this sign here with this. What the hell is this thing? Right. So this thing is labeled as plated slimewood swasher, and I tried all sorts of stuff with it, and it really like. I mean, it really doesn't do damage. You know, it's from Tinker's, but like swasher, I have no idea. So if somebody knows what the hell that thing is, it almost looks like a pistol with a bayonet on it or something. It looks weird, but I tried like harvesting stuff with it. It didn't work. I don't know. I don't know what it does. Swasher. Not a word that like what?
Tried to figure that out too. It has like a draw speed stuff on it. It's like projectile damage, but it doesn't use arrows, so
Interesting.
Yeah, it
you can
has
make darts though with Tinker's Contract. I've never played with. Maybe it uses those. I don't know.
it has tasty
That sounds
one,
about right.
spitting one, spilling one, dwarven one, and silky shears. But like yeah, draw speed, accuracy. So it kind of looks like it should have a thing, but yeah, I don't remember where I got it, but I remember getting it and I was like, what is this thing? This is so bizarre. We should have made our sidewalks out of soul sand. Because I've got where is it? Soul Speed. I've got Soul Speed 7. And let me tell you, whew, it's speedy. When you're standing on soul sand, it is soul soil, it is crazy how fast I can run. So
Hey,
yeah.
Buggy, I looked that thing up. Says it's a new ancient tool found in buried treasure, shipwrecks, drowned, and fishing. They are a cross between a sword and a fluid pistol, able to fire any fluids from the fluid effect registry.
Fluid effect registry. I mean, I know that there's like the chemical thrower for like a flamethrower. There's a few mods that add stuff like that. I thought thermite was in here, but it must be napalm. Naphtha, napalm, napalm. Gasoline and aluminum. Well, it's probably pretty close to the actual recipe.
Yeah, it's. I think the like official recipe is quite a few things, but yeah, there's a few recipes that are pretty easy to get darn close. Which, man, that is just such a scary not even weapon or ammo.
I used to make back in my stupid years, back when I was like 20 or so. Used to make what we call redneck napalm, which is just gasoline and styrofoam.
Yep.
That's the one I've heard.
Trick is to get the consistency right. If it's too thick, it doesn't work.
We have filled the induction matrix, everybody. 35
Yes.
trillion FE.
All right, I'll get to work on using it.
That is. What's crazy is this whole time we've had the SPS running at 200 and something million power, but it only runs during the day. So, like, at night, the induction is just cruising along full blast, and then during the day, like, I mean, I could have pumped like 400 million in there, but we were like processing all of the polonium that we were able to push in, so not a big deal there. How's this chocolate factory going? I've been waiting for this building to be done for a while now, but maybe it's close. Looks like it's close. I mean, it looks relatively finished. It's just missing some water over here. I'm guessing sugarcane. Where's he? He doesn't have a cocoa bean setup?
Yeah, it's downstairs.
Ah, yes. There it is. Yep.
He's got to read the contraptions to harvest everything didn't get
Right.
copied in the, so he's got to rebuild them.
So did he build this himself? He designed all this,
He
or did
built
he
it
get?
himself. I helped him out with some things if he like couldn't understand how to do certain things. I helped him understand, but he did 100% of the work on his own.
Very cool. Where are the snozberries? Hunter Wonka.
Yep. And he has a plan to make some of the he's gonna make the chocolate cake and the chocolate pie.
Well, there's a bunch of different kinds of chocolate, isn't there? CHO.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at all like great confectionery. Yeah, dark chocolate, white chocolate, ruby chocolate, and hot chocolate. Oh, hot chocolate. Ruby chocolate, maybe not. That one's a little spicier. Because I think.
Yeah, it uses dragon's breath.
Yeah. Why am I not seeing that? There it is. The last recipe. Okay.
And he says that he will get that himself. He won't take any out of the system.
Yeah, it'd be nice to figure out a way of getting that consistently. There's no like, I mean, you could crush dragon heads and just get one. Like that seems like a waste to me. But yeah. Bar of dark chocolate. I'm hungry. So I asked the question. I think you were away, Renegade. I asked the question of what we're gonna stream next, because this world, like we don't really have much else to do here. I can keep the server up for as long as the nominate wants to keep the server up, but like viewership and
I figured
stuff.
I figured we were going to be going to Vintage Story when we're done this.
We could. We certainly could. I didn't want to go from one voxel game to another. Or assume that.
I mean, if you wanted to take a week or two break between voxel games, we could always do
I've been waiting patiently for the sentence to finish, and
can't think of the name of the game.
What kind of games?
he just let me hang. He's just like, what?
Generation Zero.
Oh my god, he's the same thing that Oz voted for.
Project Zomboid.
Not yet. That one's not going to be yet. That one's going to needs a few more months to cook than the latest update. Update 42 is still like in experimental, and
You'll probably want to wait till it's
because it's not multiplayer. The update 42 is not multiplayer, which is weird. It's weird that you would put out an update for a game that you have multiplayer and the update doesn't include multiplayer. That's weird to me. That you would not have multiplayer. Like the game already has multiplayer. How does it not have it anymore? Like anyway, so yeah, that's. And if we do play that again, we are gonna play like the most milquetoast like version of it. Like I don't have the patience to sit and grind. There's a lot of grind in that game if you just play it normal. And I've literally seen people play max difficulty, like every negative trait. Like literally they pick every negative trait. And, it's just like, okay, that's interesting, but like, is it fun? I just don't have the time, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to say something that you should play, and then I'm going to run away after I say it.
Oh, shit.
We should take Minecraft and play Greg Tech.
Greg Tech, you told me that you would never ever play that. Because I posted that video.
About me.
I posted that video.
Talking about you.
Yeah, me. Because I always play more complex packs than you do. That's
totally.
I mean, my suggestion is I just installed all the mods 10. And it'd be for me. It would be interesting to play somebody else's pack and not worry about.
Now, when you say play somebody else's pack, does that mean you're not going to tweak it ever?
No, that does not mean that. It just means that
playing your pack.
It just means that I am not going to take the bulk of the weight of all of the mods that are in it on me. Like I would make sure it has some of the mods that I would want in it, like Angel Ring and stuff like that. but I wouldn't go through and like go crazy with adding recipes or anything like that, because it would kind of ruin what the original pack authors. Adding a mod here and there is fine to me. If if that's what you want. But yeah, the Greg Tech, I think the video that I had posted was the guy who does that. I don't know what version of the game that is, but it's probably really old. I don't know. I don't know how old it is. But it's definitely not like 1.21. It's definitely not that. But some of the mods that he uses in there, I kind of noticed like the features were different than what we're used to, especially the AE2. The one that AE2 had in there it was a little bit different. But Greg Tech, that was just too much. That video I posted, that was the Greg Tech pack. That was insanity.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's literally like hundreds of hours. I mean, that video I posted, that was after 800 hours that he had on there. 800 hours of playing that game was when he finally started working on the end game tech. And it's like, you translate that into streams. How much could you get done in one stream if it takes 800 hours to get to there? We're talking 10%, 1% in an 8-hour stream. 1% progress. That's just not, that would not be fun to watch.
Could always check out Valheim again.
Valheim, yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that game. So yeah, Generation Zero, that would be a pretty major departure from what we've been doing thus far. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes you need a break. You need a break. Valheim wouldn't be exact, but there are aspects of Valheim that have become grindy. The the bosses that you have to fight when they introduced that game, and we played it last time, I think there were like 3 or 4 of them. And it was like, you build up tech, you outfit yourself, you go fight the boss. Fighting that boss unlocks the next level of tech. Then you get that tech maxed out, and you fight the next boss, which unlocks the next tier of goods, and you go fight and you tech up. It's the same gameplay loop like 7 times. And it's like, I don't know if that would be interesting after maybe the 3rd time or the 4th time. And the bosses, the things just get even more insane. The stuff that I've seen is like, oh my god, that looks hard. And it is. It becomes brutally hard, but it's just the same gameplay loop over and over again. And we never did finish Gen Zero. We got pretty far into the story, but we never finished it. And the takeover of the machines, kind of fascinating, the way that they did it. So yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to get feedback from viewers and watchers and people like that. But I get so little feedback that I just kind of have to wing it and hope that people want to watch. We could play Zen Zero to 0 people, and that would be frustrating.
Oof. Yeah.
Or all the mods 10. All the mods 10. Very different experience to my mod pack. Like, very different way of dealing with progression. And they've got all of the mods. All the mods they have in there, they're all interconnected. If you actually look at the scripts, they have a crap ton of customizations in the back end. So they have a ton of stuff, but it's 400 mods, and I know that it would not be very performative. We would probably struggle few of us would struggle running that pack. And I'm already dropping 46%. So maybe we'll dive into Gen Zero for a couple streams. I don't know. I know there've been quite a few updates. So yeah, I'm open to anybody's feedback. Like giving me multiple options doesn't really I don't want to make this decision. So Vintage Story would be an option. Generation Zero would be an option. Or the Factorio Uber production. So those would be the three primary options, I think. Because the Uber production would not take as long. The way that I have the mods set up in my test world, after the first stream, we'd be already into space and well on our way to, it's very fast. It's meant for really fast gameplay. Do I mod Gen Zero? I don't even remember. Are there even mods for Gen Zero? I don't even know.
I know we didn't mod it, but whether we can or not, that I'm not sure on.
Yeah, I don't even remember looking up to see if there were mods for it. Or what we would mod. If there was anything I would mod in Gen Zero, it would be the inventory. Always inventory. I would definitely mod it. We always were running out of inventory space. That's one thing I remember from that mod or that game very, very well. Was it just was painful. But I don't know if there are any mods. I would have to look it up. Because if it is moddable, there's definitely a mod out there that mods inventory, because that's the number one thing people want to mod. Yeah, outside of that, other than jumping into something none of us have played ever, and we're all willing to buy it, if there were 4 or 5 people that were like, let's all get this game and all play it, right? And then I'd be open for it, but it's hard getting everybody sort of in one spot to play something. So again, I don't know. And as far as vintage engineering dev streams, I liked streaming again last Monday. It was nice being able to stream that again and kind of get back into the mindset. I am going through a lot of approach avoidance right now. When it comes to vintage engineering, I want to get into it. I want to finish that mod, but it is a daunting amount of work. And yeah, if you look up what approach avoidance is, it's a psychological term. Where you need to do something, but it'll be difficult. So yeah, I'm just mentally having to sort of get over that in my head.
I got a really bad suggestion.
Okay. What's that?
Terraria.
Terraria. Wow. We haven't played Terraria in forever. Has it even gotten updated? I don't even know if it's gotten any updates since the last time. I know the guy that made Terraria died. The guy who originally created Terraria passed away here like a year ago, and the team that he built for the game is, you know, continuing his work. But yeah, the guy who originally made it passed away. It's crazy to think about. God.
Yeah.
Oh, and get this. So another channel I watch very occasionally is a lawyer from Minnesota, and his name is Bruce Rivers. I think his channel is like CLR Bruce Rivers or something like that. But he does these. He reviews these legal-esque videos of like police interrogations and stuff like that, and he talks about it from the perspective of like a defense attorney, right? So instead of looking at it in terms of like prosecutor or police, he's looking at it in terms of a defense attorney, what you should and should not do and should not say. So it's really interesting seeing, because I watch both. I watch like Iwu, Explore With Us, which is from the side of like police interrogations and police body cam. Then I watch Bruce Rivers, which is the defense side. So you get like, it's really fascinating. Anyway, his son, who helps him with the channel, died in December.
Oof.
And his age, 46.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh shit. I'm turning 46 this year. And it's like, oh shit. So yeah, because you know, like Bruce Rivers like stopped posting. It was like he had posted like really early December or late November, and he usually posts maybe once a week or whatever, and it's just nothing for over a month. And I'm like, what the hell? And I finally go to his community page, and he had posted that he's not been posting because his son passed away. And then another channel I watched, Nerdrotic, a couple weeks ago, he posts, he's like, we had a death in the family. I'm gonna be focused on family for at least a week. And then was it last week he posted I think it was Monday. On Monday he posted a video of basically a stream, and he was talking about what has been going on and stuff. And his brother-in-law was getting over the flu. His fever broke. He was in bed. His fever broke, so he comes out to the living room and sits down and starts watching TV. And he gets really tired, and he dies. Right there. Like, he just 46 years old again. And I'm like, fuck. Like, God damn it, you know.
What's going on?
He's just like, and one of Gary's kids was in the house at the time, and literally like went down to check on him because he wasn't answering his texts or something like that. So he went down to check on him, and he's literally sitting on the couch in front of the TV, dead. And it's just like out of the blue. So, you know, shit like that makes somebody think, makes somebody wonder, like, what's going on? So enjoy every day that you have. I would highly suggest enjoy the time you have.
Always great advice.
And you know, you just never know. You just never know what's going to happen. So for me, you know, I want to enjoy my time. You know, not grind out fucking Greg Tech for the next 3 years. Because that's what it would take. Goddamn, that's what it would take. Because Renegade, he'd get us into Greg Tech and he'd be like, all right, guys, I'm out of here. I got to work over the summer. And we'd be sitting here holding the bag of like, well, we're at Tech Tier 2 and we got 4 more to go. By 2028, we might be done.
You know, I get done work for the year, and you're finally hitting level 3.
Yeah. I'd have already sent assassins to your doorstep.
And I spend like a week to somehow figure out in game how to make a dartboard with his face on it.
Okay, that would actually be pretty cool.
I mean, you could do that with the immersive painting mod.
Yeah.
We just need a picture of it. I have a picture that is a simulacrum of him. I could put that monkey, half monkey, half white guy, half 10-year-old girl with pigtails. Picture back up. This is Renegade. This is how I now picture Renegade.
Oof.
But yeah, I think that. I mean, maybe we'll dip our toe into Gen Zero again. I know it's going to be a big ass install. Part of me wants to like just do a single player game once or twice. Just do like Hogwarts Legacy. Because it's moddable now. They released a whole modding suite for that. Like the modding tools are now out for that game. So they're embracing the modding community, which is something I love to see. Not that mods already existed for the game, but now they've released official like modding tools. There's a whole modding thing that in game you can download mods, whole thing. So more or less curated. I think they're using CurseForge for their hosting system.
Oh wow.
I think they are. I'm pretty sure I saw CurseForge advertising. So yeah, really fascinating. But that's a single player. Oh man, I wish Hogwarts Legacy would have been multiplayer. We would have absolutely gone into that game. Fucking Avada Kedavering, just everybody, just all of the people. But yeah, I did stream that game when it first came out, but everybody streamed it. Like everybody streamed it. You know, and I'm always watching like videos of like games that are coming out, games that are expected, whether it's factory games or RPGs or whatever. And you know, while we don't play a lot of RPGs, you know, the pickings are kind of slim in terms of like multiplayer, good multiplayer experience kind of games. They're either limited in how many players at a time, which sucks. I don't know why we settled on 4, but most games seem to be like max 4 players. And there's even some that are max 2 players. So it's like, okay, that sucks, but and most of the big multiplayer games are all shooters or similar, right? You have Helldivers 2, you got like Space Marine, whatever it was, Warhammer thing. Yeah, and there's a few that catastrophically failed for obvious reasons. So it's been frustrating the last 5 years. It's been frustrating. We keep going back to old games because there's not a lot of interesting new games that people want to dive into in multiplayer. So I guess the big decision and mainline and spy, you know, you guys are you guys could join too, you know, so you could have a voice. Vintage Story, Generation Zero, or Uber Production Factorio. If I just limit the choices to that, then you know maybe I could get an answer, but most likely everybody would vote for a different option, and then I would be still left holding. That still would happen. But since 2 of you guys, you and Os, or Os and Renegade, both mentioned Gen Zero, that makes me lean towards Gen Zero, even though it's a radical departure from my usual content, which is typically not advised if you have a channel Because people who watch, the crossover between like Minecraft and first-person shooter is not very big. But Gen Zero is fun because it's you're fighting machines, and it's not quite Skynet, but it's still pretty cool. And I think that's a peer-to-peer host, and it's not a client server. I'll have to look into it. I can't remember.
It used to be at the very least.
Yeah, I think it. I wonder what my TPS is at here. It's unbelievable how much memory this game uses. It's unbelievable. And how it counts up. Like, I'm just standing here, right? The memory is counting up dozens of megabytes per second. Like, why? What is taking that much memory? That is insane how much memory that is. And why does it count up to like, yeah, it counts up to like, what is that? 5.6 gig. And then it resets to 4.5 and it counts up to 5. Like, what is that? Because that is insane to me. The amount of memory this game takes. But let's see. How do you get the little TPS counter in the back? I have no idea. I don't know Minecraft like F3 menu thingy. Flywheel. Must be a plugin. Outpost Infinity Siege. That's the first I've heard.
I think it was brought up at one point. Let me.
Oh man, that's ambiguous. Outpost. Infinity Siege.
It's over.
No, let's not have that play on my thing. It looks like a mech warrior style ish. Command
Okay,
a mobile
yeah,
outpost.
I remember that one.
Yeah, it's mixed reviews. Not if something is mixed.
Forget
No. I've already gotten 2 of these streams hit with a effing copyright claim on them. Stupid Warner Brothers. Tower defense, FPS, base building. Yeah, I mean it looks interesting. Is it even multiplayer? Single player online co-op.
Another warning flag is that the percentage of reviews is going down, not up.
Well, the other thing that's concerning is it's trying to be a lot of different kinds of games, right? It's got a mech warrior, it's got a tower defense, and like a base building aspect. And it's like, I respect the ambition, but a truly great experience is typically one of those things done very, very well. Not 3 of those things done okay. So it's very hard to do one of those well, let alone have all three in your game. And now I don't know if you can switch between the modes middle of the game or what, but yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they bring out the good, well, not good images, but they give you a good impression to start off with, and then they probably started whittling away at some of the features and ended up with what they have now.
And I know Avowed is coming out soon, but that's going to be an extremely woke game, and I am not even going to think about it. Helldivers 2 was on the possibility, but it requires like leveling up your character, going up leaderboards, like not leaderboards, but everybody's sort of playing and cooperating. Really cool, but casual game. Yeah, there's just not a lot of like co-op. The number one trending game, Arcane Lust. Oh man. Like who is buying enough copies of these games? And the number 5 is hentai stories. Like, you have to buy so many copies of a game to have it be on like the trending list. Like, who is buying? I've literally never bought a game like that. I've even been offered keys to games like that. I think one of the games I was offered a key for several years ago was literally like Industry Simulator, right? It wasn't Prawn, I assure you, but it was like Prawn Industry Simulator. And I literally got an email. I was like, "Hey, we can get a key for this," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that would go over well on my channel." People would be in open revolt if I did something like that. We're definitely gonna do Space Engineers 2 when the update comes out that allows multiplayer. Because right now I don't think you can have multiplayer at all. It's gonna be a few months.
Yeah, that, and I think it's creative only right now, ain't it?
Yeah, creative only and no multiplayer. So barely engine tests, barely. But yeah, when that comes out fully, I definitely want to jump into it.
Yeah, I already bought it. I had the money. I'm like, I'm buying it now while I can.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely gonna get that. I hope that they're selling it. I hope that it's popular enough right now that it's motivating them to keep it going, because it looks phenomenal.
Always try out No One Survived.
No One Survived.
So,
No One Survived. Oh, don't play the music. There's multiplayer crowd or survival sandbox being where you and your friends. Okay, yeah, I just can't get excited anymore for games like this because they're all basically the same. And a lot of them, unfortunately, I've noticed they're asset flipping. So they get like Unreal Engine, they get a bunch of tree assets, they get a bunch of like weird animal assets, some building assets, and they just throw something together to try to make sales. There's a case right now. There's a game that it's so obviously a scam. Jesus, no! Stop with that. It's gonna bite me in the ass, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's called like Paradise or something, and it is obviously a scam. Like obviously. And yeah, do a search like on YouTube. Do a search for like Paradise scam or something like that, and you'll find videos talking about this. But it's so crazy, and it's just an asset flip. All it is, somebody basically downloaded the Unreal Engine demo of the Matrix demo. So it was an entire like city, like in the demo, and they built like they built like a trailer and making it look like they're making a game to rival GTA, and they build it with all of this stuff with very curated assets. They're buying assets for $20-$30 on the store, and then turning those around and making them feel like this is a huge part of the game when it's all fake. So you got to watch that too. But yeah, for me, survival games of like, oh, you need water and you need food and you need shelter and it's like there's a bunch of those that we already have, and like we've played enough of them that I'm like it just doesn't interest me. It's very hard. I talked to Z several months ago. Because Z, I was like, man, you haven't been around for a while, and he's like, yeah, I just can't get excited about any games anymore. Like, so yeah, I very much like identify with that because it's tough. It's really really tough. Unless there's something about a survival game or they've made it deeper than just it sucks and you have to grow a farm and you have to build your own shelter and all of this. It's like, yeah, I get that. I understand that. Icarus was a good example of a game that was doing it different enough that it was, let's dig into this, and you had storms and you had, all the exploration, and you had like there were certain aspects of Icarus that were like, oh, this is engaging. It's interesting. But eventually, even that we kind of faded away and that kind of phased out.
How about Once Human?
Once Human. Again, I worry about even looking because of Once Human. Oh, free game. That's no. Free games are kind of a red flag for me because how are they making their money? I mean, it's positive, mostly positive. Multiplayer open world survivor game set in strain. Stop with the stupid movies. Unite with friends to fight monstrous enemies and cover secret. Yeah, MMO, no. Nope. That means you have a shared world. You're all on the basically servers, and you're all sharing a world with other players. And believe it or not, everybody, people suck. And so if you're on a giant multiplayer server and Like the odds of somebody trying to ruin your base, ruin your territory, like it's guaranteed. And that is not interesting to me. Look at holy Jesus. Holy Jesus, look at these social media accounts this project is a part of. This is crazy. How do you manage? Right? How do you manage this? Visit the website. Then there's Facebook, Twitch, X, YouTube, Discord, Bilibili, Weibo, Baidu, VK, Instagram, Reddit, Douyin, and TikTok.
Jeez.
Holy Jesus. Like, that is
The alphabet.
that is an amazing, like, yeah, that is an amazing amount of social media networks that you're on. Like, that's that's crazy. They must have several people to manage all of that. Started playing, really enjoyed it, then found out you wipe everything we do every season.
Oh man.
I spent 1,000 hours playing this game, and ultimately, I can't say it's worth it. You spent 1,000 hours, and he played another 200 hours after writing this. This intriguing premise in solid world is constantly plagued by bugs, especially with each object becomes a pattern. Yeah, I'm just not a MMOs. I'm sure there's definitely some out there that are good. But I like having my own server, configuring it to whatever I need, and being able to, have a little bit more control over, like, permissions, ops. Something goes wrong, I can, spin up a backup or whatever. If you're on a big public server and they just like, oh, we're going to wipe it, a new update, we're going to wipe our servers. Well, guess what? All your shit is gone. You got to start all over again.
And not to mention, most likely that also means no mods.
Definitely not any mods. It's MMO. There's no
Well,
mods.
even games like World of Warcraft have some mods, but they're not necessarily content.
Yeah, and this person's talking about all the microtransactions. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, a free
Microtransactions,
game.
that's
Yeah, that's a huge red flag because they gotta pay. They gotta pay somehow, right? How are they paying? If it's not obvious, then they're doing microtransactions, and there's positive and negatives about that, but I think companies today are too obsessed with it, and it's ruining the industry. I just think that they're just like, oh yeah, let's try to.
Okay. Got one more suggestion. It'll make you want to throw your computer away.
Oh man, what is that?
Could always play Ark.
Yeah, Ark. That. Are you talking about the old one or the new one?
The old one, or the new one, I guess. But I was specifically talking about the old one.
Whichever one makes you hate yourself more. Let's
Yeah,
go with that
Ark.
one.
For one, Ark is like 140 gig download.
The one I have Ark Survival Evolved, and it's 290 gigs.
Yeah, that would be a big no for me. Jesus. That would
290.96 gigs.
That's almost.
If I still had my DSL, I would have said, "Oh hell no."
I mean, that's a quarter of my drive, just for one thing. I have a 1 terabyte drive now. Yeah,
I struggled
Ark.
some.
I mean, we played Ark, and we ended up at the end. cheating our little butts off. In order to get the high level dinosaurs to even attempt to kill the bosses. And it was I for a while, like last year there was a channel I watched for a while where he's an Ark player. It's all he does is play Ark. The craziest mods. Like it was even hard to follow like what he was doing because of it was so heavily modded. Every dinosaur type had elemental types. So you had like fire raptors and poison raptors and like electric raptors. You had, fire what like it was just overwhelming. And I'm like, no, this is not cool. But yeah, the studio behind Ark has done some shady stuff, and it's like, I don't want to encourage that. They basically like took all the assets from the original Ark, polished up some of the textures, and then re-released it as a new version. Charged everybody for it.
How about modded Fallout New Vegas multiplayer?
Yeah, the only problem with a lot of this is I don't own any of these. So I would have to buy it. Everybody else who wants to join would have to buy it, which is a big ask if it's a one-off stream. If it's something we can stream for a long time or more than once. But it's hard for me to ask like people like, hey, we're going to stream this, you got to buy it if you want to join us. I mean, that's a big ask. So I try to focus on either games that are on sale or cheap, or ones that we all have, or most of us have. But yeah. So it's such a tough thing. So we will continue thinking about it and voting, but the three options that I've referenced, I think, for the next couple streams are fine. Even if we don't stream it very long, it's still better to have a little change just to sort of reprogram your interest. So yeah, the options of the vote are Uber Production Factorio, Gen Zero, or Vintage Story. So anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by. Thank you all for hanging out on this Minecraft revisit, and supporting everything we do here. This game will always have a place in my heart. I've been playing this game for over 10 years, and like it does so many things really well, and I wish it did other things better. But yeah, this game itches just the right niches, like automation, creativity. I'm trying to put that automation into Vintage Story, because Vintage Story is, in my opinion, the more superior game, the more superior foundation upon which to build mods and the experience. So Ani, yeah, Os is our Ani, our go-to Ani guy. But yeah, Minecraft it's always fun revisiting this every couple years, seeing what's there, seeing what mods have changed and what's been done, and if there's been any improvements in performance. But yeah, I want to thank you all for coming by. Have a great rest of the weekend. Stay warm, and hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday.